Well, folks, they did it. They finally busted one out. It took long enough, but they managed it. We finally have a cold day in Seattle. You'd think these would be more common, but evidently no. There's something that you have to wait on. Yeah, it's actually kind of cold. Thank God. Oh God, that was a rough summer. Whew! I mean, it wasn't as bad as it was in LA, but I didn't come up here expecting it to be. Is 58 degrees cold? We have had like varying 80, 90, just sub 100 degree temperatures for a while now. Let's just enjoy how hot did it get. We had a 108 up here. Also, in the past 2 days, it's dropped like 30 degrees. I mean, that's a pretty significant. It's not over yet, Vosh Lamau. Then let me enjoy this brief reprieve. Yes, I did see the Adam something thing, and I'll share it with all you shortly. How are you all doing? We're talking to Dylan Burns first. We're going to have him on soon. And I am on methamphetamine. That's not true. I'm on Adderall now, an incredibly small dose of it, which nonetheless inspired me yesterday to spend 12 hours cleaning my house. Woo! I'll try not to be one of those incredibly annoying people who went unmedicated for the first quarter of the century that has been their life, and are now finally taking medication and are super annoying about it because they realized how much time they've been wasting not having it. You know? I'll make an effort. Does this mean you'll be different? Well, I was always built different, so that's not going to change. How does it feel? I got on Ritalin last year and it's incredible. Oh, I just derived so much entertainment from doing work the other day. The main difference that I noticed is, um, you know how this is called executive dysfunction versus executive function, but you know how everyone derives a kind of innate pleasure from getting work done? We do. We do. Like, got that done. I mean, basically everyone feels that. But at the same time, work can be difficult, and there's also an overwhelming urge to just not start it. You know, like the barrier that prevents you from starting a new task. Like with homework, like you spend an hour deliberating over whether or not you want to do it, but then you do it and it's 5 minutes, you know? Yeah, that's executive dysfunction. It feels like the executive dysfunction was just cleared from my brain, you know? Like I just woke up and it was like, all right, got all that done. I didn't think about it or worry about it, and I got like 12 things done, you know? And that's pretty cool. Now, this is probably an early surge of the medication. I doubt it's going to have that much of an effect forever. The main thing that I'm hoping is that it makes me a little bit better at speaking because I was getting too brain jittery to follow through in all of my sentences. I'm going to try to be a little bit more deliberate with my speech now. We're going to talk to Dylan in a second. Isn't that just procrastinating, or is there a difference? Procrastination is often a product of executive dysfunction, but not always. You can be executively functional and still just and still just not do something because you don't want to. There's a big difference. It feels like a barrier to starting something. It's how I feel every time I have to do emails. Ugh. Yoinks. All right, hold on. I'll call Dylan in just a moment. Hey guys, let me know if this sounds familiar to you, okay?
Take priority. Imagine suffering a plane crash above the ocean with only you and one other passenger surviving. Both of you get washed up on a deserted island with nothing but sandbanks and palm trees. Once you wake up on the shore and look around, you notice the other survivor's footprints. Looks like he woke up before you. As you explore the island, you find him sitting on a huge pile of coconuts. Turns out, while you were unconscious, he went around and collected every single coconut on the island for himself. Coconuts that you would also need if you don't want to starve. Of course, you could go and try your luck catching some fish along the shore, but according to statistics, 9 out of 10 startup fishermen end up dying of hunger in the end. The coconuts are your only realistic chance at survival. So you ask him, can you give me some coconuts, please? And he says, sure, I can give you some coconuts. If you suck my dick. You are faced with a conundrum.
I will, of course, be suing. No, no, no. I think this is wonderful. I think this is delightful. Adam Something's channel has been popping off lately. I think, yeah, their Dubai video, 8.3 million views in 1 week, which is like insane, unbelievable, unimaginable channel pop-off status. That's like beyond this, like it's like the stratosphere, you know? That's you know? Um do they at least credit you? Yeah. Right here in the thing. The coconut example is taken, i.e. shamelessly copied, from Vosh's debate with Adam Kokesh, and even links it. And that's awesome. And honestly, I don't even care about the credit that much, because it's just cool seeing the analogy. I came up with this analogy off the fly, but I don't think it's, like, worthy of academic credentials or whatever, but I legitimately think it's a really, really great way at underlining the difference between positive and negative freedom, the implicit coercive elements of scarcity and of capitalism, you know? And that it's fairly understandable, and that it's funny, and it's evocative, and it gets people entertained and interested. So I think it's a good thing, you know? Also, there are a bunch of people in the comments who are saying, like, "Oh my god, it's Vosh," including, hey, me. Wow. Alden's coconut theory. Yeah. So on and so forth. Dick sucking is just always on your mind, isn't it, Vosh? Well, I'm a leftist. I mean, it's kind of our thing. Yeah, that analogy is going to outlast me, by the way, you know? That analogy is going to, like, long after I'm dead, you know, like, future space economists are going to be debating each other with, like, cyber glasses or something, and they'll be like, let's say you crash on an island, and the other guy will be, like, quaking because they're not ready for this one. All right, let me call Dylan. Bosh, you need to iron your shirt. Yeah, I know. Hey!
Yeah. You doing good?
Yeah. Do you iron your shirts, or do you just sort of fold and wear them?
I'm 20 years old. I don't even fold them.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I pulled this one out of the wrinkliest pile of my clean clothes hamper, and chat made fun of me for it. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. You know, the news is quite sad, but I'm doing my best to keep my chin up and try to think of the best things. You know, try to keep my mind on positive thoughts. But I mean, I did recently declare that I have the tools to defeat the Taliban single-handedly.
Mm-hmm.
I have offered to the U.S. government that they can airdrop me into Kabul at any time. I will sit down. I will walk up to leadership and say, Taliban, more like Taliban, and then they're fucked. So
That'd
at
be
any point, they can drop me into Kabul.
a pretty devastating joint operation forces with Marianne Williamson's proposal to send in the podcasters. Did you see that?
I did see that. I was thinking
Yeah,
that shit was
send
brilliant.
Jimmy. I think she's got a good idea. You know, send Jimmy Dore to Afghanistan. I think it's brilliant in its simplicity.
Did you see Tom Cotton and Mitch McConnell's statements about Afghanistan?
Didn't Mitch McConnell do the whole, like, regrettable but Biden's fault shtick? I didn't see Tom Cotton.
So Tom Cotton has basically said, like, he said like a day or two ago, like, they're at the gates of Afghanistan, bomb them to hell. Like, he thought that maybe somehow we were going to bomb them all and then redeploy massive amounts of troops to push them all back. And seeing Tom Cotton say that, even though he's more of the right wing populist, was really interesting. Mitch McConnell then went on to say something pretty similar. And I just found it interesting that under Trump, even though we all know that pulling out of Afghanistan polls at 66 to 70% among the American populace, and saying I'm pro-war, let's be pro-war, is a very unpopular thing to do. Right when they're not in a position of power, then they switch base because no one wants to be the politician who actually stops a withdrawal
Yeah, of
from
course, because
Afghanistan.
Trump was a fucking beta bitch boy. Trump talked a big game about pulling soldiers out and ending the war, but he and everyone else who had anything even approximating access to White House intel knew that if you did that, the Taliban would resurge and it would be optically bad, so he kicked his feet the same way Obama did. But Chad Biden actually whipped one out and pulled out of Afghanistan. For better or for worse, he actually committed to it, which is more than Trump's fans could ever say.
Well, I will. The thing that I find interesting is I think that Trump is just somebody who doesn't have like a consistent like foreign policy like belief. He doesn't have like
Really?
foundational beliefs like at any way. So, in one week he'll be like dropping Moabs on Afghanistan, and the next week he'll be negotiating with the Taliban. One week he'll say we need to bomb the families of terrorists. Next week he's inviting the Taliban to Camp David for the anniversary of 9/11.
And
I mean, it
releasing
was
all
such.
the Taliban officials. Isn't the
Yeah, and
person who
many of
took
them.
Kabul? He was released by Trump,
Yes, he was released in 2018 at the after they advised Pakistan to do so for negotiations. Yes.
which is pretty wild. You know, funnily enough, one of the best takes that I saw on this whole damn thing was from Dan Crenshaw. Didn't he? I'm trying to find his statement right now, but didn't he say something that's quite correct? He said, you know, for all the finger pointing and both sidesing here, what happened right now would have been the inevitable consequence if any administration had pulled out. This is really a problem with the broader war machine and not with any particular politician's behavior.
Now, odds are that we would see something similar to this. Maybe it would have been more lengthy opposition to the Taliban
Mhm.
if we were able to do it in a different manner. This is not exactly my withdrawal. I definitely think it should have been done differently. I think this has been botched since the start. But I think something like this would have happened. The thing that I think 100% shouldn't be happening is the amount of chaos that's going on when it comes to the amount of refugees at Kabul airport
Mhm.
who are literally falling from planes as they cling on for dear life because we don't haven't admitted enough of them as actual refugees to come to the United States. Biden was like bragging about 2,000 in his speech. He was bragging about it. When some NGOs are talking about 88,000 needed to being brought to the United States, and he's bragging about 2,000.
Yeah,
It
he's kind of being Biden is being kind of a dishonest fuck about this. I think that like strategically, the fact that it's really bad optically how we pull out of Afghanistan, but then we send people back in to help facilitate some withdrawal from Kabul. It's kind of the suggestion there is that like we dragged our feet, but then we weren't actually ready for how quickly the Taliban would overwhelm the 20 years of supplemental defenses that we've propped up to keep them away. And then like desperately trying to like run back there to shore up the last second withdrawal. We probably should have gone like pull the troops back to the capital city and then like stayed there for a month while facilitating as much
yeah, well,
transportation out of
I
the city
will
as
say
possible.
that I will say that a lot of this is probably due to the fact that analysts got the entirety of the situation incorrect. I mean, at first it was, well, it could fall in 6 months to the Taliban. Then it was like, wow, all these provincial. I mean, the first provincial capital fell a week and a half ago.
Hmm.
There's over 30 something provincial capitals. And the first one fell only a week and a half ago. A week and a half later, Kabul falls. I mean, Kandahar fell only like what 4 days ago,
To
and
be
that's the second
fair,
biggest city.
did you expect Kabul to fall this quickly?
No, no one did.
Yeah, no,
Literally, no one did.
who
When
like
people
a
said
week.
90 days, when I heard the statement it'll fall in 90 days, I'm like, yeah, right, okay, buddy. And then it didn't even take 90 days. It took like 3.
No, it took it no time at all. I mean, we were like they caught us on our heels. We were still running out of the capital when the Taliban started marching in. It was incredible.
So this right here, I've said this for a very long time, and people get really angry at this statement because they think it's coping, but it's 100% true.
Mhm.
Lefties, when they say, "Hey, let's leave this country," or "Let's leave that country," or let's get out of there, let's just pick up all of shit and leave," you need to then answer the question, how? How is a really important question because you don't want to make sure that the last little impact your country has on this country you've been engaged military for the last 20 fucking years makes the situation even worse, either for the refugees that you want to accept or for the local population. It could cause more chaos on the ground, cause more conflict on the ground. I mean, I don't think anybody can really tell me that right now it's a massive success when refugees are falling from planes.
You know the Malcolm X analogy about how America needs to acknowledge the dagger it buried in the back of Black Americans?
Uh-huh.
I feel like you could extend that analogy when it comes to harm done to a group of people that you're trying to make amends for. That there are different ways you can pull out that knife. You know, like with regards to
Mhm.
Afghanistan. You know, there's the way that a trained team of surgeons might remove a knife, and then there's the way that like a drunken, shaky-handed person who passes out at the sight of blood might remove a knife. and one of
Yeah.
those is a hell of a lot more harmful. And what we're doing right now in Afghanistan is demonstrative of just how bad of a. You'd think after 20 years we would have had some kind of strong, consistent, like, uh, preset measures for withdrawal. Not a plan or a timeline
We've been
necessarily.
negotiating a withdrawal for 3 years, if
Yeah,
you
but
include the
like
Trump
a
administration.
better idea than this. I mean, some like, hey, if the Taliban start marching in and they take like, the sort of provincial capitals, that we need to go into Kabul and we need to facilitate the removal of people from the embassy and get these. But we didn't even have that. We just left. And I don't know how much of this Biden has direct control over, because I know it's a pretty complicated sort of joint effort between him and the nuances of, the generals and how well they can actually coordinate with the people on the ground. But this feels almost like a worst case scenario.
I find it very hard to believe, and Biden accepted all responsibility. So
Well,
I
yeah.
feel like we can place the responsibility on him. He said the buck stops here, and if he's admitting that, then I'm like, okay, well, we know who to point the finger at here for how bad it's going with the refugees right now, because he was bragging about the 2000, and if he's going to brag about it, then whose responsibility do we place that upon? If he's going to brag about it and say the buck stops here, then he is the person that we need to place responsibility upon. Now he can also place responsibility on Trump for the negotiations with the Taliban not going very well, for him not being able to get a ceasefire beforehand, meaning that during the withdrawal, all this violence was happening. That I would have loved a deal, and this was a deal that this is a bunch of shoulda, coulda, woulda, so it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
Um, but I think a deal where we actually had a ceasefire before our exit out of the country would have been something that I think would have been
Yeah,
better
that would have been
for
nice.
withdrawal. That would have been something I could push. Now, somebody can tell me that's wishful thinking, right? But I think the amount of leverage we actually had in 2017 and 2018 is more significant than many people would let
Yeah,
on.
I mean, we existed there primarily as a deterrent. The Taliban knew that if they marched in and started actively like fighting with our garrison troops, that we could level the mountains that they lived in, and that Americans would support it. There's really nothing that our politicians like more than a really good excuse to bomb the Taliban. So they stay at bay. I mean, we could have secured, I feel like, at least a couple of months of a buffer time. Maybe they even would have broken the treaty, but fuck, at least we could have gotten, our asses out of there and the people who are connected to us and facilitated a somewhat more reasonable transition. This reminds me of every other bit of diplomacy that the Trump team bragged about so much during his
Well,
term.
the thing
Remember
is, I
with
don't know.
North Korea too? It's like, look, they shook hands. Look, Trump's building bridges with our enemies. And then like nothing happened, you know?
Well, the thing is, what did happen is Donald Trump like stopped military drills with the South Korean government, gave a bunch of concessions, then negotiated and said basically,
Nothing good
so
happened.
do you want a McDonald's and we'll take all your nukes? And then of course Kim Jong Un said
Want
no,
some
and then
international
boom, it ended.
legitimacy by having a photo op with the US president and making essentially no concessions? Yeah.
Didn't make any sense. But when it comes to like, I don't think we could have like bombed them into submission or anything, or like deployed more troops to like take over the countryside. I don't think the deployment of more troops would have been politically viable. I don't think Biden or Trump really would have wanted to do that late term. But Trump was dropping literally the mother of all bombs, the Moab, and bragging about it early term in Afghanistan. So it's so weird for him to be doing that. Obviously, if you're looking at from like a Trumpian art of the deal type framework, I guess, if you actually believe that nonsense, then the idea was that he was trying to build up leverage in negotiations, I guess, by bombing the shit out of Afghanistan. You can see a spike in drone strikes. And then he used the leverage to do what? Nothing. He got basically what we would have gotten even in one of our weakest positions in Afghanistan, which was basically an agreement that agreed to nothing other than we will not actively shoot you Americans.
Well, that was his entire presidency. Everything good that his supporters promised they would give us was done at the cost of something immediate and tangible. And they kept saying, "Oh no, no, something good will come from this." We saw this with the tariffs. We saw this with the emphasis on bringing manufacturing back, which yielded essentially nothing. We saw this with Iran. We saw this with North Korea. And they tell us, "Oh yeah, but look, like we're building bridges. This is going to pay off." Blah blah. And then of course it doesn't. But by then they've moved on to a new set of talking points. By then it's
Mhm.
BLM or trans people in the bathrooms or Antifa, and they don't have to take accountability for any of that. I'm not trying to shovel all the blame here onto Trump. This is pretty definitively a bipartisan problem. Obama had 8 years to ameliorate the situation in Afghanistan. It didn't. At least didn't as well as he could have. Didn't as well as I think we all know he could have. So this is just American empire building, or whatever the opposite of it is, I guess.
Yeah. Can I read you a quick little interview with an Afghan pilot?
I don't know. It depends. Will it make us sad?
Very sad, yes.
Mm, all right.
Okay. This is just to highlight, I think, the importance of taking in refugees, because this is I've seen like a lot of like dialogue from people like, well, the ANA were just like all their soldiers were just weak and stupid, and they all just crumbled because they were incompetent and foolish or stuff like that. And I just wanted to read this quick. And this is a question to the Afghan pilot who was fighting for 15 years for the ANA. Anything you want the American public to know? Many Afghan soldiers died bravely. I've been fighting for over 15 years. We did not all just give up and quit. Yes, some did. Once the Americans left, we weren't ready to start doing all the logistics. The maintenance, and the corruption really hurt us. I know people in the US are upset that we didn't fight longer, but we've been fighting for decades, and some of us even longer. When the US left, it really affected morale, especially how quickly it happened. We woke up one day, then Bagram was gone. Everyone got scared. It got out of control. I'm mad at many of the senior leaders who lined their pockets and simply vanished from the country. However, thousands of Afghan officers were not responsible for that. We were simply doing the best we could. There are a lot of Afghans who trusted the United States, not just translators, not just civil society activists, but also Afghan soldiers. We love fighting alongside the Americans. Please don't leave us behind. Please, we will be great Americans.
Yeah, I do think that hits on a really important point, which is that as while it is true that the ANA buckled almost comedically quickly, that seems to have been largely a logistical problem, like you know, because a military is almost nothing without a strong network of officers and lines of communication to maintain contact and keep morale high and make sure everyone knows what they're fighting for. It seems like we gave them a fuck ton of guns and like vehicles, but the upper leadership of the ANA and of the government in general were just worthless, just absolutely
Yeah.
incapable of keeping the frame together. The soldiers may have been brave, but that doesn't mean shit if there's nobody to command them. That's just how soldiers work.
There's been reports about food problems, and then there's reports about payment problems. There's reports about some soldiers only have 15 to 30 bullets, meaning they
Jesus.
don't even have like more than like a single
It's
clip
the
to actually.
Eastern Front, fucking Soviet Russia sending them west. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that, of course, corruption in the ANA is not a new story.
No.
Even this Afghan pilot talks about it, like corruption was a major issue. There's, of course, the Afghanistan papers and many others highlighted the issue of ghost soldiers, which existed in Afghanistan and also existed to a large extent in Iraq, and was part of the reason why ISIS was able to take Mosul, was because what would happen is a lot of these like commanders, they would have this list of all these people that were fighting for them. And the generals look at this list and they say, we have 10,000 soldiers guarding this position. We're great, we're wonderful. But what really happened is they actually have maybe 2,000, because 8,000 of those soldiers are not real. They are commanders of these units actually take out this list. They make up a bunch of names, or they'll say a bunch of people that are not actually working for them or fighting for them, get their paychecks for those soldiers and pocket it. Or the other thing they'll do is that they'll get somebody, give them half of their paycheck, say, you actually don't even need to fight for us. Go home, you get half the paycheck, don't need to do shit. They'll take the other half of the paycheck and pocket it. It was grifting of the highest extent. And not only did it sacrifice the national security in Afghanistan, but national security in Iraq. And was part of the reason why ISIS was able to take over the country so quickly.
Yeah, it seems like a logistical nightmare. I know that there were also training issues as well. You saw I assume you're familiar with the those reports that came out about US soldiers being instructed to not interfere with like the child abuse that was taking place.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
The thing was that the Afghan government did not have the authority, quote unquote, to keep control of the entire country, and so they had to do something that has been going on for very, very long time, is rely partially on warlords for security.
Yeah.
And a lot of these warlords were not very respectable individuals.
And if US
And
soldiers start interfering with that, then it buckles trust between the ANA and the US and it causes infighting, and the higher ups in the United States military decided that it would cause less harm to allow the child abuse to take place than it would be to destabilize the entire military infrastructure of the ANA, which is an incredibly fucked situation.
And then
Um,
eventually Ashraf Ghani did say, like, we're going to take action. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Not much action was taken. There was condemnation in Afghan government, condemnation in Afghan society. And there were like a few instances of individuals being arrested, but it really only happened if there was massive outcry. You know, in the United States, that there'll only be action against like some certain police officers that do abuses once the entirety of the public sees it. There's protests, and then it'll happen. It
Yeah.
was kind of like that for this instances. And then I see a lot. I saw like a few people be like, "See, this is why like the Taliban." You go over to Taliban, they're doing child marriages
Yeah,
to
the
40-year-old men.
Taliban
So
are
that's just a systematic rape. So
not
it's
known for their excellent treatment and respect for the autonomy of people. So wouldn't make positive comparisons there. I also want to make clear, by the way, that while it is undeniable that U.S. military discipline is much fucking better than anything you'd see in the ANA, it's not like American soldiers don't go about raping people. It's not. I just want to, because there are some people who essentialize this, like, oh, of course Afghans are raping kids. Well,
oh
okay,
yeah, I
buddy,
mean,
look into
we committed there.
American war crimes. All right, we are not strangers to this.
Oh yeah, I mean, we committed war crimes in Afghanistan. I mean, it was not too long ago when all these reports of Australian war crimes in Afghanistan has come to the public.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
Aussies, obviously.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, Prison Island, eh?
Yeah.
But yeah. So I just also want to make clear that going forward, I think people should be doing two things. The first major thing that people should be doing, of course, is pushing their legislatures, their legislator and their representatives to do everything in their power to either pass legislation or to pressure officials to get as many refugees as physically possible to the United States. Because I've seen a lot of dumb fuck takes right now in the other direction. Like here's a great example. There's this one Republican running in Florida who tweeted out something along the lines of like, look, Europe and United States took in all the refugees, all of them from Syria, and now we're gonna do it for Afghanistan too. Crazy.
Didn't,
Turkey
like,
took in like 4.7 million.
like
Jordan took
90%.
in 1 million, 1.3 million. Lebanon took in 1 million. We took in 30,000. I think it was in 2017. We only took in like 600 refugees
Yeah,
from
they took
Syria.
like 90% of the Syrian refugees. We got like a fraction of the total, and we still had an entire global resurgence of the far right because of that, because we hate brown people that
Yep.
much.
Now Europe did take in a lot more refugees than we did.
Oh yeah.
But to suggest that like the region didn't pull their weight or the refugees didn't go to one of the first nations they could have is preposterous. They 100% did. Just a lot of these countries they'd get to, they were super full, or there'd be like military at the border, be like, yo, dude, you're not entering. We already too many here.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple as this. I mean, we're responsible for the messes we make. We're obviously responsible for what's happening right now in Afghanistan. I mean, you could also argue the USSR is probably the other biggest instigator, but that country no longer exists. So, in the absence of the USSR's responsibility, we have the United States. We are the self-appointed world police. If we're going to go destabilize foreign countries and make a mess of things as we pull out, the least we can do is accept the responsibility for mitigating the harm done to the refugees. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Canada's taken 20,000. I'd be surprised if we take 10. But we should. We should take far, far more than that. Also, our populations are flagging. Like, I don't know why we wouldn't. I know that Afghan refugees
our
probably aren't the
population
most
is
educated.
massive in comparison to Afghanistan, or massive in comparison to Canada and Germany, and all these countries taking way more than us. I mean, well, my position, we should be taking like 6 digits and like of refugees from Afghanistan.
Yeah, and we could. We don't. One of the problems is we don't really have like a good domestic infrastructure for the redistribution of refugees. You know, like on the degree that like Turkey has, for example, the resettlement and everything like that. We just don't. When was the last time we took a large population of refugees? Obviously, we have a lot of people who come up through the border, but we don't really resettle them. They kind of find their own ways through and into our country. We didn't.
I can't actually think of the last time. I remember after Vietnam, we took in I think 130,000.
That went decently well, right? I think the Vietnamese population in America is fairly well educated and integrated.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like some Vietnamese Americans, some of the most like some of the best people I know in my life. I mean, I know a lot of Vietnamese Americans. Yeah,
I love all ethnic groups.
yeah. Don't start ranking them on the show. Like, let's rank the refugees.
That's
not a good idea.
No, I think we took a decent number after Vietnam, considering this is probably the closest modern analog we have to Vietnam. It makes sense then that we, unbuckle our belt this time as well. Leave a little room in our belly to swallow up some more refugees. What an odd analogy, but yes, we should take in some people from Afghanistan, as many as we can.
Yeah. The other thing I would say people should do, and it is highlight what is going on in Afghanistan now and what the future of Afghanistan is going to look like.
Mhm.
Because we need to give a voice to those people who are now going to be staying in this country ruled by a far right theocratic fascist state. Because that is what the Taliban is. I think a lot of people like need to just like really sit down and realize what type of organization the Taliban is. They have slaughtered minority groups and done ethnic cleansing before against like Hazara populations. They of course have extremely far right policies when it comes to women, when it comes to not allowing them to access education, not allowing them to go to work, uh, beating people in the public square. I remember like a few months ago there was like during like when all this was going on in these negotiations, there was an interview with I think it was a Vice interview with the Taliban, and they were taking them around the city trying to brag to this Vice worker, and they sit down, and there's like here's a court proceeding, and they're trying to brag to the Vice worker about this, and what I see in this court proceeding is them saying, "Are you guilty?" and then they just slap the dude. You guilty? Slap the dude again, and that is the Taliban criminal justice system.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at videos of them, I mean, they're a bunch of fucking rowdy 19-year-olds. Like, anytime I see videos of the Taliban doing anything, they don't come off to me like a group of like self-serious, um, you know, like disciplined religious theocrats. They come off to me basically just like alt-righters. Like it all
Well,
just
the
looks
thing
like
is,
Charlottesville to me. And I
the
mean,
the
I'm
top
being broad here, but just
the top of the leadership, I would say, are like a lot of them are like hardened officials. Many of them were in Guantanamo. You're seeing more and more people were in Guantanamo Bay who are now like back in leadership positions in Afghanistan. I just heard a report
hmm.
of the old, I think it was the old defense secretary of Taliban Afghanistan, who is now back. Let me actually check back. And yeah, it was a former defense minister, Mullah Fazul, who I believe was at one point in Guantanamo Bay, has just arrived in
Is
Kandahar.
that an argument for execution when we capture these leaders? I mean, if they get released and they just go right back.
Well, no, I'm not arguing for extrajudicial killings or anything. I'm just saying it's fucking wild that
It's
just,
pretty
that a
wild.
lot of officials have gone from Guantanamo Bay all the way to Afghanistan
Yeah.
back again
It's
after the collapse of the
Guantanamo's
government.
like Arkham Asylum. They get caught, they go in there, they come back out, and the whole thing starts again. That's a joke.
Yeah.
Guantanamo Bay is a travesty against human rights. But I do want to say that
Mhm.
the reason I was saying that earlier with regards to them all looking like a bunch of young, like rowdy dipshits is because I think there are a lot of people who are buying this narrative that the Taliban today is kind of like reformed or modern. I know the Taliban has put out some statements on how they're like super duper going to respect women's rights. But even if that
42
was,
years ago,
yeah,
millions of Iranian women were told that, oh, you know what? From Taliban spokespeople and Khamenei and all these different people, whether it be the Iranian government or the Taliban, they were telling them, hey, you know what? Women's rights is going to be okay. Don't worry about it now that the Soviets are gone. And the Iranian government's like, hey, don't worry about it now that the dirty Western imperialists are gone. Where everything's going to be fine for women's rights. They say this every fucking time.
yeah.
They're going to rule this like they've ruled every time before in any province they've ever held. They're not going to 180 this shit. Now, if they do, I will be pleasantly surprised. But that's like telling me the Nazis are going to start like a Jewish Appreciation Day. I find it very hard to believe until I see it actually take place. Here's a great example.
Hmm.
There's this university. I forget. I think it's called Herat. I forget the exact name of their university. It's actually a great university because 60% of the people at the university actually are women, which is like actually really fucking cool. And Taliban soldiers have been turning women away now that they've captured the province, saying that, oh, you can't really go to school right now. Goodbye. And they're starting to turn them away. Now, this was brought up to a Taliban spokesperson who was saying, yes, women will get education. Yes, women will work. Yes, women will be Yas queens. Good sir. And then they ask about this instance. They just dodge the question. They don't address it whatsoever. This is purely for the cameras. It's because the thing is, the Taliban know that if people knew what was going on, people might have more interest in like paying attention to Taliban crimes.
Well, this is also what I mean about the Charlottesville comparison. And I'm, of course, making comparisons to things to which I'm most familiar. I've never argued with the Taliban insurgent or, in fact, any Islamo-fascist. But, if you argue with some of these, like, alt-right types, you'll be like, hey, you'll respect women and Jewish people, right? And they'll give you a big ear-to-ear grin, and they'll go, "Yeah, you know, we just want to
Hmm.
protect white people's rights." And it's so obvious, but it feels like it fools enough people every time they do it that it starts the discourse again.
I think people want to be. The thing is, I think a lot of people right now want to believe the most positive possible scenario. People want to believe that there was no problems with the withdrawal. People want to believe that that everything in Afghanistan is going to be okay, and people want to believe that everything's peaches and cream. They don't want to accept the hard truth, and the hard truth of the matter is the withdrawal was not as peachy as we thought it was going to, as many people thought it was going to be. That the government collapsed a lot faster than it was expected by basically every single expert, even pro Taliban people probably wouldn't have thought it would have happened this fast, and that the rights of women and minorities in Afghanistan are going to take a big back foot to this dictatorship.
I think that the longer the Taliban are left with almost singular control over Afghanistan, the more likely it'll be that there will be some kind of insurgent infighting. I was talking about this with my stream, but I feel like at some point there's probably
You
going
could
to
just
be
deploy Mike from PA.
to unify them or to exacerbate the split.
No, 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 to like make them like divide. It's
Oh,
called infighting.
I was thinking it could be like the Caliph, like he would come in and he would be the holy leader that would unite them, the prophet of Islam. I I I
It's sewer Sharia, man.
yeah, Mike from Kabul.
Sewer Sharia, man.
I wonder though, because so it seems to me like Afghanistan is not going to be left unmeddled with for any more than like a year,
Wait, can I? What's a zakat, Vosh? What's a zakat? Come
I
on,
don't
Vosh. What's a zakat?
I can't believe, was
Yeah.
he unironically defending the Taliban on stream or
Okay,
Twitter or something? I'm
so
seeing memes.
okay, so he and I had a disagreement on Afghanistan,
Mhm.
where I basically said that this is going to be worse in the fall of Saigon, and the reason why is because the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese Army and Ho Chi Minh did not want to marry off little girls to 40-year-old men,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And so I said that's why it's worse. I think that's very obvious to anybody with two brain cells functioning in their head.
Does
He
he
thought that
wait,
this.
does he
He
really
thought
comparing the Taliban to the the Viet Cong?
he well he
That's a
that
huge
he
insult to the Viet Cong, like an unimaginable insult to them. Does he know that?
well the thing is no. I said that because I saw a lot of people comparing the fall of Saigon. I wasn't even like talking about like the Viet Cong's like or the North Vietnamese army's like moral. I'm not an expert on Vietnamese history. I couldn't like tell anybody about
Mhm.
that. But he disagreed with my assessment. He thought that I was being imperialist or whatever by saying these things, and we went back and forth for a while. Then he did a stream about me when he says, he's a dumb kid, he's this, and that, and he basically the whole time I'm like in the Twitter and all this stuff. It's like, dude, can we just take like a second to like think about these Afghan women? Like they're actually going to suffer. Like that's all I'm saying, and he just would not address it. And eventually, he did say, well, yeah, the Taliban are butchers, da da da. But then, like 10 minutes later on stream, he said that the Afghan government is the most evil force in Afghanistan, which, I mean, that statement alone, I mean, if the Afghan government is the most evil force in Afghanistan, what is that saying about the Taliban? Not that they're good, but that they're not as bad as the government, which is a really weird thing to say because they are the most evil force in Afghanistan. The Taliban are the most evil force out of Afghanistan, outside of the remaining ISIS fighters that are there.
Mhm. Yes, incredibly, ISIS does actually manage to surpass the Taliban, which is extraordinary, and I hope they feel very proud of their achievement. This is a
Mm.
problem that I've noticed a lot of people having, Kyle Kalinske as well, most notably, where any acknowledgement of the suffering of the Afghan people or any like recognition that the conquest of the Taliban is going to be like massively harmful, they treat this like pro-war, pro-America, pro-imperialist, pro-State
Well,
Department propaganda. They
mhm.
cannot fathom that the idea that a withdrawal from Afghanistan is a good thing, but that it will still do tremendous harm that
Yeah.
should be acknowledged, you know?
The thing is that it felt strange to have people like lashing out at me like this is state propaganda, this is this and that, or blah blah blah, blah, because then it made me realize something. This is projection from these people because these are people who don't have, I think, the ability to confront these facts, because these are people who I don't think have thought very deeply about their beliefs around foreign policy or their beliefs around feminism internationally. That a lot of this could be somewhat described as American, like, nationalistic in some way.
Mhm.
And the way that when the idea of these other nations and these other peoples who are going to be impacted by American decisions come up, it's rather to not think about that and just keep going because it's politically unviable at the moment. It's maybe somewhat politically harmful for Biden to acknowledge that the rights of women are going to take a hit. But
Mhm.
for me, what that says is that they believe that if they were to accept this truth about Afghan women, if they believed that they were going to accept the truth that these ethnic cleansers were about to take control of Afghanistan, if they accept all of these facts, then it'd be very hard for them to defend their own position. So it feels like projection from people who, if they were to accept reality, they wouldn't be able to defend Joe Biden's withdrawal.
Yeah,
The
it's
thing
like
is, I bite the bullet. I can bite the bullet and say, I understand what could happen. We should highlight what's going on, but we should still do this withdrawal for a myriad of other reasons. And that I feel like they can't tussle with. They can't tussle with that idea that this is a lot more complex and the impacts of this are going to be a little bit more complex
well,
than they
it's an
first thought.
allergy to nuance. It's like they can only imagine political disagreements as like black and white, good or bad, hard lines in the sand dividing two completely opposite forces. Which is odd to me, especially from Kyle Kalinski's perspective, because Kyle Kalinski is otherwise a tremendous advocate for the position that you should be willing to reach across the aisle and work with right-leaning people who have some similar economic ideas. So he's already like not a super hard line in the sand type guy. It's weird that he would be so like hardliner on this. But I think this is really demonstrative, you know? This really shows how many people wanted out of Afghanistan because they wanted to reduce American imperialism and improve the lives of the people there, and how many of them wanted to get out just because they're American isolationists. And I think this is incredibly revealing as to which like group people are falling in, because I am seeing some downright fucking despicable attitudes towards the suffering of the Afghan people who I thought were part of the international proletariat. I mean, I assumed they were under our collective interest here, but apparently not.
The thing is, I feel like for a lot of people, these are inconvenient facts because for the last 20 years, many of them have wanted us to leave the country and not invade in the first place. And now that we are going to invade, there's a lot of things that for Afghan women that have improved in the last 20 years. Their literacy rate has increased by over 100%. There's many things that have happened with Afghan women that are like 40. It was project. I think it's like 40% of the government or women now, or 30 to 40% of the government was women. It was massive increases of them joining into to get into education and other things, into the workforce. And these now, for a lot of Americans, these don't sound like maybe like amazing statistics when you talk about them. Oh, like the idea of like women being able to get an education or women being able to like go to work. Like that doesn't feel like a big thing to American because we've had that as something in the United States for about 80 to 100 years for a lot of this, or to 120 to 140 years. But that isn't something that has been in Afghanistan for more than like 20 years. That is something that is legitimately on the chopping block. And when it came to Taliban negotiations with the government, and the indications from the Afghan populace that the vast majority of them support women's rights, they would never be able to. They weren't accepting women's rights in any negotiations with the ANA, and that's because they are an anti-feminist organization. It is hardline in their ideology. They're extremists. They can't accept that.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's really funny that all the people who weren't even Bernie Obust during the last election are falling hardline with Biden's position. You know, pull out, no concessions. Is it my fault that rights are failing in that country? Nope. Like, in this one gleaming moment in time, they are mirroring Biden's performative lack of responsibility over what's taking place over there. Um, so I guess that's funny, if nothing else.
Yeah. Is there any more questions you wanted to throw my way?
How
Any
long
last things?
how long do you think it's going to be before other countries pick up the power vacuum that we left open? Like China, I know they were talking about introducing Afghanistan to the Belt and Road Initiative after
Mhm.
America announced its pullout. It seems to me like countries just can't resist getting involved in Afghanistan. But if there was any country that could actually conquer it, China seems like the most likely candidate.
They're not. I don't
Conquer,
think.
sorry, conquer economically. Conquer as in
Yeah.
exert
I
economic
I don't
control,
believe
not
China is going to deploy troops in Afghanistan. Now, they do. There is a possible scenario where it could happen, but I think it's like extremely unlikely. I think that there's been countries that have been deploying troops on the border, not for like reasons of like invading, but because it's a very destabilized situation right now. Obviously, a lot of nations want stability to like take place. China also has the interests, of course, of the instability in the Xinjiang region that they believe is that they're like, we have a lot of instability in Xinjiang. We got to do these internment camps. That could be like to them. It could be a national security concern. So that is like the one like scenario where I could think of, but I don't think they're going to deploy troops, but they do have economic reasons to get involved. Um, I think, of course, Pakistan historically has been very involved in Afghanistan. I don't think that involvement is going to stop anytime soon, but I don't think anyone's going to invade Afghanistan to fight the Taliban anytime soon. I don't think anybody wants to pick up that buck at the moment. Um, I will say, though, that right now there are reports when it comes to the idea that, well, okay, then it's all over then. Not necessarily. There are reports about resistance happening right now in the Panjshir region with the vice president now, the former vice president of Afghanistan, now declaring themselves to be the true president, and
right.
that they are currently in Afghanistan and in that region. There is the son of the, what is his name? I believe it is the son of a famous Mujahideen fighter. I think Ahmad Masood is now talking about his resistance, and he's walking around in like video footage online with like soldiers in this region. They have like hung the flag up of resistance in the area, but this is like one or maybe two provinces. The Taliban has
I
control over
doubt
the
much
vast
is
majority
going
of
to
the
come
country.
from that.
Yeah, much is not going to come for that. The question now for me is seeing the Taliban govern, because the Taliban, from the entirety of its existence, has never held the majority of the has never well they've held the majority of the country, but they never held the entirety of the country. They've never
Mhm.
had to govern the entirety of the country. They've never been in a position like this before. They've always been a resistance group, and it's always interesting when you see resistance groups like govern, because there's always a really good chance that once they have to sit in front of a desk and they're not just shooting at people, except of course the firing squads, they're like, oh, wait a second, how does this work? And then everything goes downhill, and then violence can spiral out of
Yeah, I've
control.
been wondering about that because it seems like there's a decent possibility with this kind of relatively uncontested control that the Taliban, not to say they become good, they won't, but that they try to more or less adopt the mannerisms of a government, and that they start negotiating with other countries and
Well,
forming
they
trade
have to be a
deals and so
government.
on.
They have to be a government. They're
Right,
most
but
likely going to negotiate with China. For example, Taliban officials have met with Chinese officials before. That's already happening.
yeah, but like to what extent do you think they're capable of adopting the role of statecraft, of transforming from like a ragtag militia with control over the country into what is effectively a successful coup into being the leaders of a functioning, relevant country?
It's difficult to say because they've never really completely been in this position. They were over only when the Taliban was the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in the 90s. They were only ever recognized by two countries. So internationally, they don't have much experience in this. I think they're trying to build the foundations of this right now by declaring like, "Oh, we'll be nice to the women, we'll be nice to this." And you see like the New Zealand Prime Minister saying, "We're gonna call on the Taliban to be chill with women and be yas queens."
Mhm.
And I think we have to wait for the next few months to see what's going to happen before I can give you any conclusions, because I don't have much to be a basis off of. But I will say that there's going to be, no matter what, a significant population in Afghanistan that is going to look at the rules and regulations that the Taliban put into place when it comes to women's rights, when it comes to how they treat minority groups, when it comes to any of these things. They're going to see this, and they're going to treat them terribly. And what's going to happen is there's going to be a significant amount of Afghans who, in the last 20 years, significant, most certainly women, they're going to see this change in like in cities and areas that were traditionally held by the government, and they're not going to be very happy. The Taliban's majority popular support is going to come from, of course, the Pashtun population, because they are a Pashtun organization. They've always have been, they always will be, and from rural communities. So it's going to be interesting to see them run big cities again and see how that interacts. But again, we have to wait a few months to make
Yeah.
any determinations.
It seems like one of the worst things that could happen is if they gain enough legitimacy to start forming trade deals with other countries like China, you know? or that China like comes in to invest in infrastructural redevelopment. And at that point, the Taliban becomes cemented enough as like the de facto official government of Afghanistan that any attempt to challenge them would like start sort of fraying at the edges of China or other countries as well. And then it's like, oh God, at least before, like Afghanistan was a somewhat independent, the Taliban was like a fairly okay target for American or anyone's like opposition. But now it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's an international incident if they're contested and their rule gets extended out decades and decades because it's impossible to put pressure on them on the outside.
Look,
That
my two best case scenarios, which are
that
both
sucks.
very, very unlikely, is the first one is apparently Panjshir is like the most defensible position in the world, and they take up and everything's wonderful. My second one is that the Taliban actually are Yas queens now, apparently, and they do all these trade deals and they actually advance on human rights.
God
Both of
willing.
which I might as well just be like sending letters to Santa about. Because if they do become Yas queens, then wonderful, like do your trade deals, do all of this, but I mean there's no practical reason to stop these trade deals or to do many of these things. So we're just gonna have to sit and wait and to see how the next few months advances,
Praying for a
and do our best
Yas
to
Queen
highlight
Taliban.
a Yas Queen Taliban. Yas Queen Taliban. Yep.
Well, that's the most we can get. Thank you for coming on, Dylan, in these dark times.
Yash inshallah. Sorry.
Inshallah.
Okay.
I'm sorry that as always, the online left has managed to disappoint in its acknowledgement of foreign affairs.
Yeah, I gotta say that this is something that has made me lose a lot of sleep watching the situation go down. And just for everybody at home, please contact your representatives about the refugee crisis. Please push to the United States to accept as many refugees as physically possible, and do not forget that once we leave Afghanistan, that does not mean Afghanistan no longer exists. Afghanistan still exists, people still exist, and their suffering is real and legitimate, and that a line on a map made up imaginary, that's what a border is, a line on a map does not dictate somebody's moral consideration.
Absolutely. Thank
Wonderful.
you again.
You have a good day, Vosh.
You too. There we go. Do we feel a little educated? I'm going to get behind the desk really quickly and see why the camera is shaking. I think one of the little screws is loose. 1 second. I can still talk to you guys. Let me just yeah, here we go. Okay. Now why are we like this? What's rotating? What? God damn it. All right. Hey, can you hold on? Can you guys hear me just fine when I speak to you from back there? Like when I'm behind the camera, you can hear me when I talk? Okay. Well, I just broke something, so I'm gonna keep talking. There's no reason to leave. Just hold on for a little bit, and I'll try to fix it. That's the goal, at least. Just give me a second. I'll fix the weird. Yeah, okay. This is one of the problems with this particular model of camera. It's kind of fucking infuriating. Okay, that should fix the wobbling, I think. Tighten this bolt too. Tighten that. Tighten that. And okay. Oh, no. Oh, yes. All right, hold on. No. Okay. There always just one cable coming out of here. Hold on. You guys can still hear me, right? I can see the chat just kind of say yeah. I can just kind of see it by looking over the. That yes? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. One of the problems with this particular line of camera is that the dummy battery that you have to use for continuous streaming can short out sometimes, and well, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. place it, and kind of a more of an art than a science. No way, did it work? Oh shit. We get it? Hold on. Hold on. No, guys, you're not even on the camera screen right now. You can't see. Yes. Nice. Got it working. Yeah. Oh, stick. I'll check in just a second. Yeah. Okay, we're also apparently talking to Adam something. Who is here. I'll call in just a second. Oh, hey, Shu. Hey, Not Just Bikes. I can't believe I got the camera working again. Is it fine? It's still shaky. I need to get a better camera mount. No, not Adam from YMS. Adam something. Okay, there we go. Adam something passed me in subs. Did you see the second to last most recent video? Holy shit. No wonder. Adam something's going to pass all of us in subs. Is it attached to your desk? Yeah, there's no other way to do it because my desk is kind of in the middle of the room, you know? There's no place to put it. I'd literally have to ceiling mount it, you know? Like, to have another place. So I don't know how I could do that. I could mount it to the side wall right here, like behind the desk, but I don't even know how I would do that. I always thought you were up against the wall. No, I'm not. The desk is in the middle of the room. It's accessible from all ends except from right here. Could you put a tripod behind the desk? I could, but then it would like make walking around it kind of a pain. I could mount a clamp onto the wall here, but obviously back behind the desk, and then just have a really long arm. That could work. My desk isn't touching the wall, so even if I hit my desk, it wouldn't make the cam shake. I could try that. I could look into that today. Also, guys, I feel pretty good. Adderall-wise, I mean. I was interested in how I would feel while streaming. On Adderall, I didn't know if it would make me jittery, but I feel like I'm fairly coherent, which is nice. What if you mounted the camera to a drone? Yeah, what about just a bunch of fucking balloons right behind the desk, you know? Just perfectly helium balanced with the weight of the camera to just continuously cover me right at this angle. Yeah. I guess I could, you know, maybe I could mount a camera to the back wall and just zoom it in. This is a 4K camera. I only stream at 1080p. That means that I could potentially magnify it by at least a 2 times zoom without it affecting the quality of the recording. Can we mount little cams on the cats like little GoPros? Yes. I don't like zooming though. It makes it harder. The focus gets a little weirder. Get ceiling hooks and mounts? Maybe. It's a high ceiling. Vosh, this is the Adderall speaking. Shut up. You're too correct. How about we talk to Adam something, the cool and excellent guest who popped into Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Howdy.
Very nice. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing
It's
wonderfully.
insane to be on. Jesus fucking Christ.
It is a delight to have you here. We were all taken aback by the just what a wonderful and salient analogy you deployed in the intro of your most recent video.
Thank you. I came up with it myself, believe it or not.
All right. So how does it wait, would you consider yourself a part of LeftTube? I'm asking for self-ID reasons.
Yeah, obviously, yes. Like my ideas are absolutely putting me to the left.
How does it feel to have in 1 week produced the largest video on LeftTube?
Pretty cool. Well, you know, thank you all my viewers. And but I mean, I actually thought about that because, of course, like going from 0 to 8.6 billion or something is like pretty like it's like, oh whoa. I just came on and I was like, wow, okay, so that's new. But like the thing is, first off, like thanks for everyone who watched the video, like and the discussions that came out of it were like super nice and super beneficial, I think, to everyone. And I would just say the real credit though goes to like not to me. Like I can take maybe like 1% of the credit because I just like compiled stuff together, you know, from Human Rights Watch and Guardian. So like the credit goes to the journalists and Human Rights Watch and everyone who's like basically risking their careers and or their own skin in Dubai to, you know, report on these things. So all I did was just like put it together in a flashy video, and it must have struck a chord, about which I'm pretty happy. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I'd say so. It definitely did. Um, those idiots, they haven't even considered making a YouTube channel and simply getting millions of views discussing the subjects they've spent their lives researching.
yeah, I know, right? So I'm the only big brain. I'm just kidding.
It is a delight to have you here. I mean, I think through some contrivance or another, I was made aware that you are familiar with my content. I, of course, have been familiar with your content for some time. Um, but you are certainly taking off now, and you're going to continue to take off in the future as well. So, how does that feel?
Well, it feels actually, yeah, that's an interesting question. So I've reflected on it a lot lately, and I found that okay, it's nice, but let's contextualize the success. It's super nice. I'm really glad. I'm very glad that my voice is out there, and it's affecting. It's affecting people's lives, or like at least people's political opinions, which will perhaps then go on and affect people's lives in for the better. I hope. So, but my idea to ground myself is that okay, this is super nice. Now I am in like mid-tier YouTube because, you know, let's face it, like the biggest players are like, you know, the Steven Crowders and all these other dumb fucks on YouTube. Like,
Hmm.
the how many subs do they have? Like 5 million or something?
5 million
Like,
or so, yeah.
yeah, I know. Of course, success needs to be needs to be sort of held in context, but still, it's super good. Like in the context of LeftTube, I was like, I'm speechless, basically. But still, I made a promise. I'd like to just reiterate this quickly. Like I made a promise for myself and to my audience that I will. And actually, I wrote it to my community tab if someone wants to read it out or like read it. That I will make videos. I'll be putting out content only if the following two criteria are met. This is no matter what.
Mhm.
A, I feel like I really want to say something, and B, I'm in the mood for making a video. So I think this should protect me from just like putting up stuff for just for the sake of it, or you know, for ad revenue or whatever. So
That's your Sigma male grind set, you might say.
oh no, yeah, yes, yeah, I did watch that video of yours. I mean, okay, yeah.
No, no,
That was a great video, by the way.
I think it's delightful. There's a degree of artisanship to it that I don't think is that common on YouTube these days, at least not from people like me. I stream. I mean, when I stream, I have to stream a certain number of hours every month, or you know, I get bored, and content
Yeah,
is
yeah,
taken from my stream. There's always going to be a limited level of forethought and time investment in any one of my videos. You're not in that position, of course. You have the opportunity to decide what to cover and how much time you want to spend on a given project. In a lot of ways, I envy you because there are elements of that that I've always enjoyed. I'm happy with how I conduct my content right now. There are things about that that I find incredibly appealing. Not the least of which is the fact that your bomb ass videos can get 8 million views. Jesus Christ. I I I think the thing that makes me happiest about that video and about the others you've provided as well is that it taps into an element of left political advocacy that is often underexplored and that everyone can relate to. And it's that people have a general feeling that there's something wrong with the way society is run right now. You know, they blame a
yeah,
million
right.
things. Yeah, they blame a million things. Some people say like women are too liberated. Some people say it's the you know, the grinding onslaught of capital interests, but everyone kind of feels the problem, the grind. And by describing those problems in ways which open people to left analysis, you are doing so much to give people like a foot in on these ideas so that a person's introduction to the left or to left economic ideas isn't some Stalinist on Twitter talking about how the kulaks deserved worse, you know. It's a
Yeah.
basic material analysis of the ways in which the interests of capital can contradict like human life.
Yes, lest we start selling pencils from a cup.
Precisely.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
just
but
saying
yeah,
it's a very worthwhile, practice.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thanks for the compliment. Actually, that's what I figured as well. Like, I have this like not feeling, actually belief, more like, which is kind of feeling, but that's sort of people normally, if we would not have the Steven Crowders of the internet or the other like demagogues and shouty men, like people bad faith actors out there, then people would kind of like naturally tend towards leftism, and like in. Or actually, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable enough making that assessment. But anyway, what I'm doing, what I realized I was doing with my videos, because at first I just did it for like shits and giggles. Yeah, I had some shit to say. I was like, okay, let's roll, let's put out a video. But what I realized later on was that, hey, the way I'm putting out, and this was complete accident basically, the way I put out videos is exactly the recipe for like. Sort of dosing these everyday, very intuitive, very common sense, very defensible realizations to essentially normies or like people who are like somewhat disaffected, and so sort of turning them towards the left with the promise that, hey, there's going to be more of these sort of intuitive solutions to these very real problems, which I also acknowledge. So I think I would. That's how I would assess the situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Essentially,
It's so often because unfortunately, social issues are very contentious for reasons that aren't really logical. Something like BLM, you can make the best defense of BLM in the world, but it's always going to be a controversial video if exposed to a general audience. Same with a lot of trans issues, But with economic stuff, if you talk about like, here are the way business interests are making our cities harder to live in, everyone will get behind that. And the way you analyze that sort of directs people's attention from there. There are videos like that on the right, but those videos are essentialist. They talk about Western culture. They talk about immigration. They talk about demographics. And they assign the blame for civilizational decay onto it, sometimes very implicitly, but nonetheless, brown people or immigration or feminism or whatever. But a structural analysis will always lead people, I think, towards more reasonable solutions. And if you get amicable to that and your first intro to the left is stuff like that, then maybe you're more willing to be sold on the progressive issues as well.
Exactly. 100% agree. And yeah, I would say actually, yeah, and these shouty men, like the ones you talked about, and I talked about, like these were the people who I was just like part of this like sort of boiling desire when I first started putting out videos was to just sort of combat these idiots of like the Steven Crowders, the pajama botsos, and the other dumb fucks, I guess. Because actually, something very interesting that I might share, like, do you have any idea what it's like to listen to these like mostly American or sometimes Canadian charitably far right individuals talk about like European culture as a European? Like that's such a mind fuck, because like they're talking about this thing which it's like, okay, this analogy I just thought of, like it's like, imagine a Japanese person listening to like West Coast weeaboos talk about their idea of Japan.
And in their high schools, sometimes the student council presidents have great fighting prowess, which they'll use to exert superiority over their students. Or something.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, and then like everyone rides horses, and everyone's like, I don't know, fuck. Like,
I've never been to Europe, but I know how fucked these analyses are, because I have European like extended relatives, and Europe is like a super diverse mishmash of cultures, but it's like, oh, it's white Europe, they treat all of Europe like it's some big homogenous block of Western civilization.
Yeah. Actually, like within Europe, there's a problem with the hierarchy within white people. Like, if you go to, like, currently I live in Germany, there's a hierarchy of like, okay, there's a workplace and there's a bunch of sort of employees from all over Europe. So these are people born in Europe. They are genetically European, quote unquote, and they are white as snow. There's a hierarchy. Germans come first, then second are like Czechs and like the people in the area. Sort of Polish people are already like one rung below, and then at the bottom of the barrel are usually like the poorest countries, which are like Romanians, Ukrainians, Moldavians. They are like and like they're Snow White, and they are still treated like measurably worse. And sometimes they even live on the fringes of society, like kind of like illegal immigrants in the U.S. And by the way, just as a European, once again, just a little input. I find it really fucking rich when like American shouty men complain that like, oh my god, these immigrants are coming in from the south, like from South America, and it's like, yeah, dude. So you have like conservative Christian Spanish speaking people coming to your borders. Yeah, that's called the French Spanish border in Europe. What the fuck is the problem with that?
Yeah,
Like,
it's funny too, because I've heard like for European people, they don't differentiate themselves from each other using terms like white, really. I mean, they're familiar with it, but for the most part, it's national and ethnic differences that they get divided along. Here in America, like they'll say, oh yeah, there's white people, black people, Asian people, and Hispanic people. And in America, that is a fairly descriptive sort of summary of racial dynamics here. But I mean, at least from the people from Europe that I know, I've never heard them use those terms. They always say nationalities. But even here, like in America, when talking about people from Europe or Africa, nobody talks about the countries or ethnicities. They only ever talk about races. Whereas my British friends, they'll talk about like the differences between Polish and Romanian people. And I don't fucking know the difference. I'm Polish, half at least. I don't know the difference between Polish and Romanian people. I'll never know. It doesn't matter here in America.
By the way, is this some kind of like a planet alignment? Because I do have Polish roots, though I'm not Polish myself. So
where are you from, by the way?
Hungary.
Okay, gotcha.
Orbanistan, also known as nowadays. Yeah. So but by the way, if anyone wants to know more about Hungary, check out Kraut's video about like dictatorship. There's this video. I don't know the title, but like he goes over all these countries, and Hungary is one of them. And I think he provides a very good breakdown of the situation. So,
looks, but I'm bad over there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, it's basically okay. So the way I would describe Hungary is imagine imagine Tucker Carlson as your president, and Alex Jones as the communication minister of the country. Like, and Alex Jones who does not have a profanity filter. So, and with your foreign minister being Ben Shapiro. So so that's Hungary currently.
Really makes you appreciate the good old US of A. Are you still there, by the way? Are you going to be beheaded for talking to me?
No, I'm a refugee in Germany.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Just making sure.
No. Like I got away from there because like the economy is in the shit. Like, and like basically what's going on in Hungary right now is just like this socio-economic takeover of the country. Like basically Orban is turning the country into his private corporation essentially. Mm-hmm. And by the way, if I may, I have a video breaking down the 2050 migrant crisis, how basically like Orban let through more than 1 million people into Western Europe, hoping for political credit, and so that terrorist attacks will happen, and that his side of the political aisle will be strengthened. I made a whole breakdown of that. If you're interested, you can check it out on my channel. It's like title is like how Orban flooded the Europe with immigrants in the refugee crisis.
Yeah, because politically, the far right has always benefited from stuff like that, because it's a tool for radicalization that they can use to there it is, how Orban flooded. Only 56k views. This should probably get way more.
Yeah, like my heart kind of aches because of it, because I always thought that like that was one of my sort of like magnum opus. Like that's definitely a magnum opus of mine, or at least that's how I felt at the time of making it. But so basically Orban, like people can watch the video, but yeah, the gist of it is that Orban didn't protect shit. He actively exacerbated the crisis. And then I haven't even talked about, I think, about this scheme in Hungary where you can basically purchase EU citizenship through like gray means. So with that, like 50,000 people of basically just like unknown origin got into the EU. So when these dumb fucks talk about like Viktor Orban, the savior of the white race, like I just go, okay, no, like. The funny thing is that like when the refugee crisis happened, like I was actually commuting to Budapest on the exact route that the migrants were taking, and I was like seeing hundreds every day. and I followed it like every single like daily. I was reading like hourly breakdowns from start to finish, and okay, and then of course I had a sort of accurate idea of how this whole thing was, and then I go online. This is like 2016 YouTube. Then I go online, and it's like Viktor Orban, the crusader, protected the white race, and it was like,
Viktor
what?
Orban, cuckslayer. Yeah,
Yeah.
vindicator of Western civilization. Yeah.
Yeah, Hungary uncooked. Yeah.
Which is funny, by the way, and I'm just guessing at this, but something tells me that there's a pretty large contingent of white supremacists who would not consider Viktor Orban white, you know? I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of people bicker about, like, what makes a white person online, usually very racist people, and I'm just saying, I feel like that if this guy was far left, they would be maligning his, I don't know, what's the term? The, what skull shapes are, you know?
Yeah, phrenology.
Chronology, thank you very much, yes.
Yeah, so like, but like, yeah, there's sort of like half-baked rumors that Orban might have some kind of Roma ancestors, which like, no one cares about.
I'm sure that's a big deal to them, yeah.
Yeah, but like, yeah, it's usually like funny thing is though, like it's usually like sort of mentioned by people in the opposition, but it's not really popular because the opposition are largely not like racist people.
That is so fucking wild. The idea that I know that Europeans hate the Romani people. It's just really funny that would. I guess here in America we do that too. I mean, people made a big deal over Obama being black. People made a big deal over JFK being Catholic. Biden's Catholic, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
but like,
I'm interested in this video. If you don't mind me viciously stealing your views, you mind if I watch it with my audience sometime?
From Budapest, by all means, go ahead.
Gotcha. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I was really glad to be on the Vosh show finally. Like it's once just to clarify, this is a fucking trip for me because like when I started my channel in like on like January 31st, I think that's when my first video went up. Like before then, I was actually watching your video about like want to become a YouTube creator. Here's my tips.
Oh my god!
And I was like, I remember like sitting on a train. I was like, had nothing to do. I was like, okay. Took a deep breath. I was like, "Fuck! I'm gonna make a channel and see what happens." So what does Vosh say about it? Yeah, it does. Fuck yeah! Thank you.
That's actually like super flattering. By the way, the roles have been reversed. You're going to be twice my size in like 3 months. So don't. Yeah, I really appreciate the kind words, and I'm delighted and incredibly heartened by your success. Hopefully, it's something that continues into the future. I have no doubt that it will. And if you're ever interested in talking in the future, then please do not hesitate to reach out.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. And yeah, I'll be in touch.
Have a wonderful day.
And you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, this is cool. I can't believe he watched my goddamn video and made his channel in part because of that. What the fuck? Jesus. Feel like this is one of those, it's like fractal inspiration, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about what I do with my channel, it's what other people do with their channels because of my channel, you know? Which is pretty cool, I think, in my opinion. Last time I checked his channel, he had like 20,000 subs now. Yeah, shoot. His most recent video has like 8 million.
Capital, all the way to the
8.3 million views in 1 week. Like giga viral. Like so viral, you know? Let me try to find a Social Blade. Hold on. Social Blade. Adam. Something. I think he's gotten like 5,000 subs since the beginning of this stream or something. I don't know. Hold on. Adam. Okay. It's a little bit difficult to search for the name Adam something on Social Blade. Hold on. Yeah, not just spikes. Funny how that works, right? Sheesh. It's wild out here. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. What is this? What does this even feel like? What the fuck? What the shit? 100,000, 200,000 subs in 2 days. Just disgusting. What is this? Here's the graph, by the way. Here's what we've got, okay? Here's our mathematical projection of his growth, okay? We have some dots. Jesus fucking Christ. That is wild. Dude, I need to algorithm. I need to, like, ride this wave. I need to make a video on Dubai. I know nothing about Dubai, but I need to make a video on it, I guess, to, to try to capitalize. Yeah, you can see the views. His views were pretty great before, though. Look. It looked like he was making about 2 million views a month, which is still really, really good. And then... But then it went up. And the video right after the Dubai video contains a direct reference to me. Anyway, I think this is super awesome. All the success in the world to this guy. As long as he shouts me out in every video. And he's dead to me if he doesn't. Exactly, just not bikes. And he has to do the collab. For sure. Okay. Okay. Well, I feel like we've definitely socialized today, you know? And that's cool. I do like that. Proof you need to clickbait harder. But he didn't clickbait. That's just a good title, you know? You know, Tempest once made a suggestion to me, and I think it's a good suggestion, and sometimes you should actually do segments backwards. You should think of the title first, and then work backwards from the title. It's kind of difficult to title videos that are made from live stream segments, because unlike with edited videos, I don't have, like, a really solid purpose going into it that I can edit and control around, you know? So, sometimes I find it difficult to title segments, you know? Be rough out there. It lightly took off because Hassan watched that video. No. Hassan watched that video after it took off. Hassan's nowhere near big enough to get a video 8.3 million views. Hassan's videos get like a third of a million. This is 8 million. This is algorithm. This is algorithm virality, you know? And so on. See what happened with a German streamer heard about you? Uh-oh. I never like people discovering me because my treatment online has never been quite charitable. What is this?
Wer das ist.
Somewhat.
Vouch kenne ich nicht. Keine Ahnung, wer das ist. Guck mal.
Oh no.
Harassment scandal, pedophilic accusations, rape apologist accusation, antisemitism accusations. Und ich bin wieder raus.
Oh my god.
Cartoonish.
I'm like the IRL version. You know that meme where it's like my Wikipedia page and it's like anti-Semitism accusations, Holocaust denial, racism accusations, transphobia allegations. It's like the whole list or something. Being French allegations, I don't know. I'm like that person, but IRL. Except I was framed for everything. You're literally a walking green text. True. Why'd you personally kill 6 million Jews? Look, I said I'm sorry. What is this? Discussing the Vosh response with I don't know. Good luck. No idea Vosh was framed t-shirt. I don't know how hard I should play into like the cancellation memes, you know? Honestly, Vosh, it must be hard for you to fight against preset first impressions. Oh, it's exhausting. But I made my own optics bed, you know? I've sat in my own optics bed, so I'm responsible for that. Though I have to say, it is not lost on me that the vast majority of criticism that I get stems from people who only hate me because I said we should vote for Biden over Trump. I will not forget that. Regardless of what people actually say they hate me for, the amount of hate that I got multiplied exponentially with the Bernier bust arc. That was what led to the huge... And of course, they don't say that. They don't say we hate Vosh because he wanted us to vote for Biden instead of Trump or not voting at all. But, like, that's when the hate ramped up. So, okay, you know. We've still got a lot to do. Want to take a look at this. No, guys, stop asking me to do this. I can't watch Tick's videos on how Hitler is a socialist. I don't care. They're bad. Every time he makes one of these videos, fucking our bad history goes over it. It's 5 hours long. Every time this happens, history communities tear into it, okay? Yeah, bad history already covered. I can't. This guy's made some good videos, but for some reason, he is insanely fucking obsessed with the idea. Was Hitler a British agent? Okay, never mind. This guy doesn't do any good videos. He's just a weirdo who likes contrarian Hitler fucking conspiracies, okay? Stop. Jeez, he talks about Hitler a lot. I mean, I know it's history stuff. There are historians who specialize on, like, Nazi Germany, but this feels a little weird to me. He's just really, really, really intently fixated on the idea that Hitler was a socialist, which he wasn't. Oh, here we go. I know I've said this a few months ago, but if any of you watched the full video, every point, every article or video that you post has been refuted, backed up with sources, all displayed in the reference bar. Uh-oh. Oh, God. The imploding social justice community? What? In the 30s? What? Hitler fights Jewish capital. Doesn't this guy just think that, like, socialism is when the government does stuff? And because Hitler did stuff as the leader of the government, he's a socialist or whatever? Even though every government does stuff, because that's what governments do. He unironically believes corporations are socialist. Yeah, I think this guy's just fucking crazy. This guy is working backwards from a conclusion, you know? Part 6. Tick is mentally ill. Hey, I didn't know this guy included my criticisms in his video. How did he preempt that? This is my favorite criticism to levy at people because it's so ubiquitously correct all the time. And I get to say it too because I have autism. Do I still have ADHD now that I'm taking Adderall, or have I compensated for that and, like... No, I think I'm cured. Sorry, guys. Built different. Built different, made normal. Sorry. I'm teasing. Please don't actually take me seriously over anything that I'm saying right now. This is a good video on Nazi socialism. Guys, just to be clear, Hitler talked about how socialism was a threat to the Aryan race, said that Jewish Bolshevism was going to destroy Germany. The first group of people that he killed after taking power were socialists and everyone associated with them. He privatized a fuck ton of shit. Like, he was the most non-socialist guy. He was the least socialist guy. They literally had the Night of Long Knives where they were like, hey, other Nazis, you are Nazis, but you're too socialist for me. Strasser, you know? Sorry, buddy. I like the Nazi part. I don't like the socialist part. I think... Goodbye. You know? Just... Wasn't he quoted as saying his socialism has nothing to do with Marxian socialism? One thing that's really important to keep in mind is that Hitler was a drug-addicted lunatic and not particularly bright. And I mean that without, like... I mean that without any hyperbole. Uh, how many people have used the term socialism to describe something that isn't socialism? There are Republicans in the US today that say that big tech is communism. So does that mean supporting big tech makes you a communist? Like, is Ben Shapiro a communist because he doesn't hate big tech? Like, people use terms and misuse terms all the time. Hitler misused the term socialism. That doesn't change the fact that nothing he did was socialist, and he also killed all the socialists. As that fact remains the case, you know? That's not going away. Remember when race mixing was also apparently communism? Yeah, so Obama was a communist because his parents race mixed or something? I don't know. You can't use he killed socialists, that's just leftist infighting. True! To be fair, socialists also kill socialists really often. So, I don't know, that could be a horseshoe thing. Maybe we just agree on that, you know? Socialism was popular in Germany at the time, that's why he called himself socialist. Yeah, they do that all the time. They co-opt left-leaning talking points, you know? To get power. And then they drop them, you know? Wow. Wowie zowie. You know, we should probably read donos, and while there's still plenty left to do today, I thought I would delight all of you with some media analysis, in case those of you, you know, who saw the title thought that I would forget that. I have not Pastor of Muppets. I have not had 8 free hours in a while. Oh, you know what might be delightful? Hold on. Let me see if, gotcha, Vermin. I was wondering about that. Let me see if one of the geckos is out. How long has it been since we've had a gecko out? Hold on. Hello? Hello? Very skittish this morning. Come on, camera. Come here, you. Camera. 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 Here. If I get closer. Don't hop. Beep beep. We feeling skittish or can I pap you? Beep, 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 beep. Oh, nice. Don't hop. She's gonna hop. Here, hop onto this hand, okay? Gonna do a hop. Gonna hop. Gonna hop. No, no hop. No hop. Hop. Gonna hop. No hop. Up. Yes. Good hop. Meat. They're like the best reptiles to have. Crested geckos. Does he still have his tail? No, she lost her tail a long time ago. They get one tail, and if they ever get spooked, they drop their tail. And they get spooked easily, so, you know. Are they easy to care for? Oh, yeah, for sure. Tell the story kind. I've told the damn story. They're super easy to care for. And also, they're really great to handle, and they're not that much of a pain in the ass to take care of. Actually, they're super easy to take care of. And they're just generally cute. And unlike a lot of other reptiles, they're not like scaly and gross, you know? Like, they just kind of chill. Do they stink? Nah, no, they don't stink. Tell the story while holding her? We had a door open and I was holding her and she jumped out of my hand onto the ground and I was worried she was going to run outside and get eaten by a bird, so I brought my hand down to catch her, but I ended up hitting her tail and her tail came off and she got scared. Then we put her in a hospice tank and gave her a fuck ton of food and she ate it, and a week later she was fine. Their tail is designed to pop off. But I'm still sorry. She will poop on you? I have never been pooped on by one of these things. Why did she jump? They always jump. That's their favorite thing in the world. They love jumping. What? See? That's their only life instinct, is to jump and climb higher. That's the only thing that they care about. If you poke them, they will find a wall and climb up it. They have no brain whatsoever. They do not have thoughts. Sometimes I'll walk by their tanks and they'll jump at me because they think I'm a predator. But then they'll let me hold them. They have absolutely empty heads. Just completely brainless. And by the way, they just attack the sides of their tanks. They've been doing it for years. They just hit their head against the fucking plastic wall. Are we licking our eyeball? Oh, she's licking the opposite eyeball. You gonna lick this one? Gonna lick both eyeballs or just one? Just one, I guess. But yes, they're an arboreal species. They live in Catalonia, and they live on top of like 500-foot tall trees or something. No eyeball lick? No jumping. Do they blink? No, they can't blink. Woo! And she's on the monitor. Just climbing up the monitor. That was a pretty good catch. You managed to cling on to a perfectly smooth and vertical surface with only 2 hands before climbing up with the rest of them. All right, come here, buddy. Yep, there's no food up on top of there. Has Pigeon been obsessed with the gecko lately? Yes. Pigeon always stares at the geckos. Pigeon will just camp out over there and sit and stare at them. Does she recognize you? I don't think they're capable of recognizing people. They're really, really dumb. Seriously, these things are so, so stupid. Look at them. Look at this completely vacant brain. Oh. I want to see if she'll lick her eyeball. You want to? You probably want to. Now you want to adjust your feet? You don't want to lick your eyeball? It's probably dry. Do they blink? No, they can't blink. They lick their eyeballs to keep them moist. Lick the eyeball. Oh, head tilt. She is exercising all of her brain power right now. How do they sleep? Their eyeballs recess back into their skulls when they sleep, but they're not closed. You can just tell they're sleeping because they're recessed in. I'll put her back soon, but it is cute having her. Ooh. Yep, that's just one finger, not much of a... Oh my god. And... she caught it. How's this? Is this good? Oh. Wanna descend? I don't know why you would need to, since you're more comfortable vertical than you are horizontal, but... Can you play with them much? Yeah, for sure. They're super fun to play with. Come here. Meep. There. Let her speak. Meep. Meep. Me. That's her. She's speaking. Licking. Oh, eyeball lick. No? All right. Come here, you. Let's say goodbye. Tell chat they bark. Yes, they bark when they're mad. Like, meh, like that noise. Okay, say goodbye. Ah! All right. You didn't catch on that time. Get on here. Don't crawl under my keyboard. You can't fit in there. You fucking goob. Little goober. Seriously, all they think of is climbing and jumping. That's the only. Yes, her name is Florence. Oh, no, not again. All right. Gonna wash my hand real quick. Because they're still reptiles, and reptiles are weird. All right. Show Tomatillo quick. No! We just spent 10 minutes on one. No, Tomatillo will be next time. Also, she's sleeping under the paper towels. No. Also, they look the same to a layperson. What is with all of these linkers? Oh my god. You guys. Okay. We need to run through these donos. Cancer with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. One Shook Boy, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Jamie with the tier 3 sub. Good luck with starting college. It's valid to be nervous, but I hope you have a good time. I am HQM and the same YouTuber. Thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Likewise, Talik, very much appreciated. Blue Nova, thank you for the $2. Markinator with a very kind $5. I have not. Starek, thank you for the incredibly kind $5. If you're looking for a new 40k book, The Infinite and the Divine is good. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. And thank you for your lovely and highly disrespectful portrayal of Mike from PA, Demon Prince of Nurgle. Very unkind thing to do, but you know, I'm not your dad. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. We can only hope. And with the additional $10, more OK Buddy Vouch segments do indeed have the potential to overthrow the Taliban. Jerry Kraft, thank you for the very kind $5. I'm super curious why you're not allowed in the Hippy Dippy Championship if Dylan is on your screen, on your stream. Dylan fucked me over, man. What can I say? Not really. Don't be weird about it. Casper Christensen, thank you for the very kind $2. Have not seen Evan. No spoilers. Kay with the $5. Thank you very, very much. How do you think those our withdrawal from Afghanistan will affect military spending? 0. Markinator, thank you for the $5 and for fighting on my behalf. Against people who think I'm a racist. Fuck those people. Robot Jones, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. Much appreciated. Temp Accountant with the very kind $5. Thank you for being a linker and sharing me a delightful 196 post. Always good. Martin Orlando, thank you for the incredibly kind $35. My goodness. Thanks for all the great mental health streams. Found you through Socialists in the Age of Sigmar community. That is awesome. God. Fucking Warhammer bros looking out for each other. Here are some of my minis. Shit, yes. Oh. Damn, really? You made this shit? What the fuck? This looks like a goddamn high-quality pre-paint set that you'd find on, like, eBay. Dude, wait, what the fuck? Okay, I don't want to see this shit. I know I'm not that good. You don't need to fucking rub it in. You fucking painted the tiles on the ground different colors. Jesus Christ. Yeah, do you work on commission? Jesus, fuck. Look at the shading on the armor. You can see the gleam on the side and the fucking shade transition, and you used 2 different primers, didn't you? What the fuck? Yeah, this does feel a little bit like getting cucked. This asshole probably fucking custom painted the whole land, the land as well, the monument. Jesus Christ. Yep, good painter elf man, hobbyist advocate, traveling Warhammer player. Yep, okay, you've dedicated your life to this. Well, not your life, but you've dedicated a lot of time to this hobby, and it shows. Jesus Christ. Still alive, the very kind $5. Here's a small clip of the Taliban riding bumper cars at a theme park they took over. I saw this, and do we have any Muslims in chat? Is there anything again? Is this allowed? Because I feel like I've never seen a bunch of Orthodox Jews do this. This can't be allowed, right? Is this haram? All right, I don't know. There's something so strange about the modern world and the fact that, like, monumental historical events are all filtered through this incredibly weird postmodern absurdity that we have to deal with. You know what I mean? It's the same with the alt-right today, you know? Where on one hand, like, the alt-right are like a super legitimate threat in the sense that they represent the rising tide of ethno-nationalism, and on the other hand, they're fucking idiot children, babies who project their insecurity like a with the brightness of a lantern onto every conversation that they hold. That's not to say they're weak and strong at the same time. They're always a threat. It's just, it's so dumb. And here's the Taliban. I mean, these people are insane, hyper-religious, medieval insurgents, and we're having a little bumper car ride. Look at them. They're having so much fun. Something that I like to think about is that stuff like this probably also would have been really evident if the Nazi Party had existed today, right? Like, we know through historical accounts what the Nazis were actually like. Through some people say, and because we always make them out to be like this big monolithic evil, but in reality, they were evil, but also like really dumb. They weren't super efficient. They weren't incredibly disciplined. We make them out that way because those are qualities associated with ultra-powerful machines, something we tend to characterize Nazis as because it makes them good villains. But unfortunately, that also kind of makes them look cool, which is why in so much media, people have this, like, anti-hero badass respect for Nazis. Why people are like, oh, well, their uniforms are cool, or, oh, well, at least their machines of war were badass. In reality, the uniforms and the machines of war were pretty cool all around in World War II, if you're into that sort of thing, but people hyperfixate on the Nazi Party because they project this aura of efficiency and disciplined, cold iron totalitarianism. In reality, if you look at history, actually, the Nazi Party was comedically inefficient. It was inefficient, it was drug-ridden, it was insane, it was poorly managed on an economic and military scale. People were miserable. There were deficiencies and shortages and everything. But we never talk about that because that detracts from the idea that they were some kind of ultra-efficient, cold, calculating, monstrous force. Which, again, they were monstrous. It's just they weren't monstrous because they were that good at being monstrous, you know? And here we have this. They took over Afghanistan in like 5 days. And bumper car ride. But I bet you if the Nazi Party existed today, we would be seeing a lot of that. Wait, really, drug-ridden, Vosh? I love making fun of Nazis, but can you clarify? Dude, the entire upper echelon of the Nazi Party was high all the time on opiates. Didn't they literally give, like, meth out, like, to soldiers, too? It was opiates and meth, wasn't it? Or was it just meth? My mistaking with the opiate, yeah. They gave them out everywhere. There was like candy in Nazi Germany. You could just throw it all around the place. The Nazis were coked up, half because they were crazy, and half because it made it easier to send their soldiers off to die. Whatever the case may be. If Nazi Germany was around today, we'd probably be seeing a lot more shit like this, you know? Like, a lot of really weird demonstrations of their sort of facile immaturity, you know? Does that make any sense? This is one of the reasons why I really like Jojo Rabbit, because it accurately portrays... I actually think that Jojo Rabbit, if spiritually, if not technically, was actually a more accurate presentation of Nazi Germany than a lot of other more technically accurate historical pieces. Because in satirizing the Nazis, they achieve what so many other stories haven't, making it really obvious how silly they were. Because they're silly. Isn't the alt-right silly? I'm not saying they're not dangerous. They are, and they're bad. I'm not saying they're not bad. I'm not taking away from any of that. But isn't it, like, silly that, like, some of the biggest alt-right havens online are right next to, like, archives of interracial pornography and cuckold porn? They project their insecurities so readily, you know? Isn't it silly that they talk constantly about, like, phrenology and, you know, physiognomy and all that stuff? But then if you, like, look at alt-right rallies, they're all, like, fat, balding, like stoop-shouldered, like, miserable, socially inadequate people who are looking for, like, some sort of common cause. Not to say there's anything wrong, by the way, if you're fat or stoop-shouldered or anything. Just for people who obsess over that sort of stuff, it's just really funny. That's how, you know, they're social rejects, you know? They appeal to people who feel alienated and who feel weakened and emasculated. And usually people who are successful in their lives are going to be way harder to pull into that. I mean, who's more likely to fall to alt-right propaganda, you know? Some skinny 19-year-old virgin nerd who, like, didn't attend half their classes in their senior year of high school and who everyone thought was going to shoot up the school? Or, like, a successful middle-aged businessman in a city, you know? Just, I mean, it's possible it could happen to anyone, but statistically, people who are more socially vulnerable are easier to appeal to. And by the way, this does apply to the left as well, to an extent. Usually, radical political change is advocated for by people who feel underserved by the system. The difference is the left care about the weak and the people with weird skull shapes, whereas the right, despite being made up of those people, hate them, you know? The difference is the hypocrisy. The left is, like, I don't think no one real on the left, I mean, no real leftist, would go like, yeah, it's bad that our movement is largely made up of marginalized people. Doesn't that mean the right hates itself? Oh my god, yes. Have you gone onto any Nazi forum, like Pol or whatever? They despise themselves. These people are all, like, one bad day away from shooting themselves, okay? They fucking hate themselves. Yeah, they despise themselves, okay? That's one of the big unifying elements of white nationalism. You transcend your personal worthlessness, and you get to attach yourself to some broader identity, you know? And this is why I am such a big fan of individualism. And I mean that in the most sincere way. While I do believe in stuff like collective ownership of the means of production, all of those broader economic and social policies serve my fundamental belief. And my fundamental belief is that the individual should be strong and autonomous, that they should be able to live their life however they please as long as they're not hurting other people, you know? That I do not like people consigning themselves to broader identities, whether that's the family, their sex, their race, their nation, whatever, that ultimately they're themselves, they get one life, and they should have the opportunity to do what they can with it as long as they're not hurting other people, you know? But other people don't agree with that. Like in my debate with Charlie Kirk, you know? He doesn't believe in individualism, which is funny because we're always the ones getting called collectivists, and he was the one saying that education's purpose is to make you grateful to the nation. But when you look at that, like, he's the one saying, like, come, you know, ye weak and insecure, if you're worthless, it doesn't matter. Make yourselves an avatar of the state. And I'm the one saying that we should work on individual self-betterment, that we should work towards collective action only insofar as it allows us to achieve better individual circumstances. That's the big difference, because there is a massive, massive gulf between promoting collective action to secure individual freedom and promoting collective action to secure collective power. There are very big differences between those things. Huge, overwhelming, massive differences, you know? It's the difference between a white nationalist willing to sign away their freedoms to the government if it keeps immigrants out, and a union worker willing to fight side by side with their peers if it means being able to secure a better work week, better hours, better wages, better rights for themselves. You dig? We kind of got off track with this ramble, but I think if we can summarize it, the gist of it would be that it's hypocritical for the alt-right to ride bumper cars, but it's cool when we do it. I think that's what... Yeah, sure. Let's just... Yeah. Whatever. It's fine. Excuse me. I'm gonna finish reading Donos in just a second, but before I do, can I ramble for a second? Do you think The Producers is good? I've never actually watched it, but everything I've ever seen of it in like 50 million video essays suggests to me that I would enjoy it. Yes. I love the satirization of Nazis. I prefer the satirization of Nazis so much more than their just sort of harsh criticism, if that makes any sense, you know? You should criticize them, but criticize them through mockery. You've watched 50 million video essays of it, but not the movie? Yeah. Could watch it tonight if I wanted. I'm sorry I took yesterday off stream, from streaming, by the way, but it was the first day that I was taking Adderall, and I wanted to sort of ride out the effects without there being any mitigating factors, like me having to stream or anything like that. And it ended up being like a super, super productive day. Wowza. You know? Did you clean your bathroom? The bathroom is the only thing I didn't clean, actually. I would have continued cleaning even further, but I was limited by the amount of space in my prior empty... Guys, the bathroom is already, like, clean. We keep it basic clean. I just didn't get to it because there wasn't anything immediately necessary. Shut up. I would have continued, like, taking stuff out, but my trash bin was full, so, you know. Anyway, I cleaned up a bunch of stuff out there. We're going to donate some stuff to, I don't know, Goodwill or something else like that. Because there are a bunch of old computer parts I don't need anymore. Cables and the like. There are tons of cables. And, like, I don't know why would I keep... I don't like being a hoarder. What is the point of keeping a bunch of old computer parts? I know I'm never going to use them. If I ever need, like, a USB extender or a new, like, HDMI cable, I'm never going to think, let me check my bin. I'm going to think, let me order it off Amazon for $5 and get it in 24 hours, you know? I'm never going to think that way, so I might as well donate the stuff that I don't need. We get it, Vosh, you're rich. I haven't had to order a cable in, like, 6 months, you know? Like, it's not like I'm doing this every day. Computer parts and cables are super different, lol. Not computer parts like for the assembly of a computer, but things associated with the assembly of electronics. I also have the PS4 that I got for Bloodborne up there. I guess it's obsolete now, but actually there's not much backwards compatibility between the PS4 and 5, so I should, you know, should probably just get a PS5 if I can. You know? What is Hakeem up to? Okay, I'll bite. What is a libertarian socialist? Glad I'm instigating this. Online phenomena. When someone solely supports every revolution that failed as soon as it was at birth, usually comes with add-ons such as lackluster education and theory, missing historical context, accepting imperialist narratives, and a lot of arrogance. Some bold talk for a person who spine bent over backwards as he talked to me after making multiple videos criticizing me, did nothing but affirm every single belief that I expressed. And also somebody who seems very, very, very patient when setting up the other talk that we want to have. And by the way, a person who in DMs said, just to be clear, this will be a discussion, not a debate, and that was like 4 months ago. Also, the libertarian socialism that I advocate for is literally like straight Marx. You guys realize that, right? Marx trended more towards reformism the longer he went on. He advocated for freedom principally. He talked about the evolution of the state, and he focused primarily on like the idea that the like workers' democracy is a necessary step towards the formation of socialism. What I'm literally just regurgitating like some of the oldest and most respected values of socialists. Didn't the term libertarian literally come from French leftists? Yeah, but Hakim isn't a socialist, so... Hakim is what, an ML? They're not socialists. They've never been socialists. They're the parasitic contagion that co-opt socialist sentiment among the proletariat, form a vanguard party, and then institute the exact same type of autocracy they promised the proletariat they would be escaping. And then, best case scenario, you turn out like Vietnam and just end up being a repressive and censorious social democracy. Best case scenario with MLs, you get a worse version of a Sokdem society, okay? That's the best you can get. Basically, like, far fewer civil rights and a welfare state and a capitalist economy. And that's the best you can hope for with these guys. I'm so over our fucking tanky arc, dude. Luna Oi's video about how LGBT rights movement are a distraction. Agreed. You know what else is? Feminism. So Luna Oi probably shouldn't be making those videos, you know? You're precluding the interests of the proletariat by, you know, asserting your interests as a woman, you know? There are probably lots of chauvinist proletarians who'd be more interested in the revolution if you'd stop gumming it up with your bullshit women's rights narrative. I feel good today. Anyway, what did I do yesterday? Yeah, Addy makes you sexist. Oh, I cleaned up a bunch of stuff back there, and I cleaned up a bunch of stuff down in the garage, and I cleaned up a bunch of stuff elsewhere, and I played with the cats. Oh, and I cleaned up some cables back there. The problem with cleaning up cables back there, though, is that this is a moving desk, which means that, like, banding the cables together into cords, I still need to leave slack so that the thing can rise up and down, you know? So that's kind of variable. Standing stream when? Oh, we could still do it. You just wouldn't be able to see anything past my, waistline. There we go. Man, I really did need to, iron this. Look at how crinkly it is. You know, I've got a, one of those steam irons over there. Stain on your shirt. Yeah. I think this is, this little dot right here. I think this is more, more glue. Because it's been there for a while, and it's a shame because I really like this shirt. It's really comfy. It's a really nice weave. I'll have to buy another one. I think I got this from MeUndies. Every time I get an urge to build miniatures, I'm like wearing the clothes that I wear for stream, and I'm like, yeah, this'll be fine. But I'm a fucking idiot. It's never, ever, ever, ever fine. I just, I'm like, fucking... Just getting... Thank you, Peru. Don't do that? Yeah, yeah. Oh, guys, you know how much of a fucking idiot that I am? My entire life, you know those Games Workshop, plastic glue bottles? The ones that you use to adhere... Yeah, you know, the little... Yeah. So, what you do with those is you unscrew them, and then there's like a long metal nozzle that you can use to apply very small amounts of glue, you know? I didn't know that, so I was using scissors to cut off the top. the top of the plastic and the metal, meaning that the scissors were crimping the metal shut at the end. And I've been having to, like, power squeeze to get, like, 1 micron of glue through the crimped metal. I didn't even realize I had cut through it, you know? I just... Maybe, Exo. Maybe it is. Why do you circumcise your glue? Yeah, it kind of is what I'm doing, isn't it? Okay, I'll delight you in one last personal anecdote before I finish reading donos, which you should all donate, by the way, and you should like and subscribe. You should like and subscribe this channel. You should like and subscribe the Vosh Pit, the newest hippin' and hoppin' channel, fresh off the bippin' and boppin' and street. You should be getting out there. You should be having a good time, okay? You should subscribe. You should ring the bell. Look at these view counts. Everyone's watching but you. Nobody's going to fuck you if you don't know Vosh Pit. You go on Tinder, you're talking to people, and they're like, what was your favorite part of the latest Vosh Pit video? Or actually, wait, I don't know why I'm doing my debate bro voice. What was your favorite part of the last Vosh Pit video? Ooh. And then you'll go, and you'll quickly watch it, you know, you're trying to find, like, the coolest part to, like, cite it, you know? But by then, they've already unmatched you, you know? Yeah, they're gone, you know? Yeah, Blablada, I did. Vosh practicing his femboys. You know, I actually wish that I could do a better femboys because I DM in Dungeons & Dragons, you know? But I can't. I can do the vocal intonations of a woman pretty okay, I think. Like the, you know, the, like, talking and varying your up and down. I can do it okay. Fine, at least. But the actual, like, pitch, I don't have range in there. That was bad. Yeah, well, you know. The pitch is the issue, you know. Voice too deep. No. There's a difference between pitch and intonation. Okay, voice training lesson for all the fucking people in the audience, mostly trans women, okay? Listen, the main thing that you have to overcome isn't pitch, it's intonation, okay? When people hear a voice and decide that it's feminine, it's based on 2 fundamental characteristics, all right? The pitch of the voice, like literally how low or how high it is, and the intonation, the way you actually speak, the like that, okay? And unfortunately, men are generally socialized to not intonate very much. We all talk like sociopaths. It's mostly resonance, not exactly pitch. I don't know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I don't know. I'm an idiot. Now listen up anyway. Get the spirit of what I'm saying, not the literal. Get the feeling of what I'm saying, okay? What a lot of people do, I've noticed this from some trans women, is that they'll focus on getting their voice higher, which is good, you know, but they don't really change the sort of dull speech that men are socialized into. Does that make sense? I am high and I understand your soul. Okay. Not that they should have to. No, not that they should have to. But if they want to, that can be helpful. I don't know. Isn't there somebody who does this, like Miss Voice Training on Twitter or something? Apparently that person just opened up like a Patreon. I don't know. They got in some drama with Destiny or something. I have no idea. It seems like they talk a lot about hormones and voice training, but Chloe, I think that's her name. Yeah, I think that's her name. Yeah. Talk feminine, just take your stream voice and do the opposite. But I would like to think that I use inflection pretty often. Like I have a deep voice, but you can hear me when I talk. Like listen, the actual tone of my voice moves up and down. Yeah. I didn't used to do that. It took time to learn how to do that. I used to be more monotone, but I'm a public speaker, so I shouldn't be monotone. It helps to not be monotone, you know? See, stuff like that helps to not be monotone. That's what I sounded like right there. I'm not voice trained enough to be able to do that stuff consciously. So if I actually try to do it, it actually yeah. Try speaking monotone now. Yeah. All right, this is me speaking monotone now. This is how I used to speak before I got a little bit better in public speaking. Vosh, this is going to be the virus gets stronger all over again. Vosh, wrong. Maybe. Yeah, so if you talk like this, I mean, even this is more tone, I think, than some people put into their voice. But yeah, this would be like just an ongoing monotone. Not mono enough. Well, I mean, there's a certain degree of monotone that's like almost robotic, you know? Yeah, that's the boring segment voice. That's when I know I have to cover something, but I don't want to, yeah. You know how it'd be. I've always thought you sounded like Brian from Family Guy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You know, I think that the, it doesn't really get much better than the whitest kids you know, I think. What do you think the odds are of me getting copyright cucked for this? Is this the right one?
It's absolutely crazy.
No, wait, this is the one where they're... Hold on. Here it is.
The other day, Steve did the funniest thing. I asked him to go to the store.
You didn't.
I did. I asked him to go pick up some milk, and you would not believe what he came back with.
I couldn't begin to imagine. Diet milk?
Milk!
Oh, I can't believe it.
Who owns the copyright to a cuck? Does anyone know? What's the likelihood? What's the likelihood of me getting... Hold on. Whitest kids you know... What is it owned by? Production company, Good Shepherds Productions. Distributor, AMC Networks and Stars Media. People have been uploading them for years. The rules are different with live stream. Look, I'll risk it for a minute. Just also, by the way, none of this is transphobic, okay? Whenever they want to have a woman in the skit, they just put one of the guys in a wig and do a incredibly sexist voice. It's not trans misogynistic, it's just misogyny, which is fine.
I know! You are so cute!
Yeah.
Our lives should be like a sitcom.
I know!
It could be about two couples that are best friends, and every week they meet to talk about the crazy things that are happening in their lives.
And one of the couples is thinking about getting a doggy!
Scratch that. Both couples are thinking about getting a doggy.
No!
Yes.
No!
I know.
Oh!
All right, that concludes our voice. That concludes our voice training lessons for the day. I like whitest kids you know because I know that if I ever show any of them on stream, there will be a perfect 50-50 divide in chat between people who think it's the cringiest shit they've ever heard and people who think it's the funniest shit they've ever heard. Most of the people who really like it are people who have already seen it, though, so I don't know how much of this is influenced by nostalgia or... yeah, it's both at the same time. That is the correct answer, by the way. Whitest kids you know is incredibly cringy. And it's also pretty funny. Gallon of PCP. Okay, just so we can get good rep, can we show Gallon of PCP and then I'll finish the donations? Can we do that? That's good. That's a good one. No, Moon Bears? I think Gallon of PCP is... Pretty good.
Zach Kreger.
Yeah.
Trevor Moore. Hey, how you doing?
Good. I haven't seen.
Uploaded like 20 years ago.
What? Wow. So what do you do?
I work in an investment firm downtown. It's mostly like property acquisitions.
Huh. That sounds successful.
What do you do?
I work at the Binkos.
I don't know what Binko's is.
It's an office supply store type thing.
Secretary stuff?
But a gallon.
Yeah.
Here you are with a gallon. Wow. Man, do you still see Candace?
No. She passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. How long ago did that happen?
About 4.
About 4 years ago?
No, PM.
4 p.m. As in today, 4 p.m. It's 5 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So that was recent. What happened?
I was at my dealer's house.
Uh-huh.
I was buying the PCP.
Of course.
And I didn't have enough money for all of the gallon.
Oh, it's expensive.
But I wanted the whole gallon.
Of course.
So I'd set up a deal where I would leave her as collateral.
Uh-oh.
And then I would go hit an ATM and come right back.
I see problems.
But, when I left, I got distracted and he cut her head off.
Whoa! Wow. And that happened today, just a little while ago. Man, I ran into Bill the other day, and he's doing really good.
I don't know Bill.
You don't? That's right. No, you wouldn't know Bill. But he's doing good.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good for Bill.
Well, it was good to see you, Trevor.
Nice seeing you.
I gotta go. I gotta pick my kids up. I'm running late.
Oh, you have kids. You are on your way to pick up children with your gallon thing.
I don't want them to lose their heads.
Oh, you left them with the guy, the PCP guy.
No, they're at soccer practice. I'm late. They spaz.
Oh, it was a joke. I get it. Well,
Good to see you.
nice seeing you.
Okay.
I'll tell Bill you said hi.
I don't know him.
Oh, that's right, you don't. See you later.
The thing that makes that skit so fucking good is that somehow it's incredibly fucking relatable, you know? It's so fucking relatable. That's oh god. The Grapist Lease? No. We watched the one and by the way, the skit with the women at the restaurant is also funny. I just didn't get to the part where the jokes kicked off. No, it's okay. Should have done sniper business. Yeah, that's also pretty funny. The Grapist, yeah. And we're not going to tempt the copyright gods, okay? No, you can watch it. Guys, literally all of the whitest kids you know is like for free on YouTube. And it's all really funny, and all of it was uploaded 1 billion years ago, which means that you can just watch. Look, 13 years ago, 14 years ago, 14 years ago. Some of them have tits in them. Seriously, you can just go see tits on YouTube because some of them have tits in it, okay? Just go watch. Just go enjoy them, okay? It's just the bits, though, not the full episodes. You can find full episodes, but you can also find, like, hundreds of bits, so it kind of, you can put it all together, you know? Yeah. The girl with the balls one? Yeah, I remember. Which one has tits in them? Calm down. Jesus Christ. My God. God damn it. Okay, We need to... All right. Speaking of Nazi segment, okay, we need to do something. We need a fucking final solution to these linkers in my donation history, okay? Oh my god. Holy shit. Let's finish this. Linus pronounced Linus, thank you for the 315. Thank you, I really appreciate the kind words. I'm glad that I've been helpful to you. Local NKVD informant, thank you for the $5. This is cancer as well. What is this? Oh yeah, I think Spooky Scary Socialist blocked me. Or maybe I blocked them. But yeah, they're a tanky. I don't give a fuck about these people. Hardcore Rags, thank you for the very kind 10 bucks. Here's a Cuckoo Bananas anti-vax video some dude sent me. This is on rtube.co.uk. I might take a look at this on my own time, but I have no idea what this site is. And also, I have no idea if I'll get a virus just clicking on it. And also, I don't know what the nudity or TOS guidelines are on this site, so I'll have to reserve this one for my private collection for a bit, okay? Hannibal, thank you for the very kind $5. I haven't talked about Exxon fucking us all over, but I probably will in the future. Thank you for the vids. I'll give them a look in the future. Let me click. Lumberjack Ent, Hudson the Gamer, and Almasi Brown, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Yes, I'm familiar. The door deception video has me in it. Apparently. Would I rather be a human or a gecko? I like being a human because that way I can appreciate geckos. But geckos can't appreciate humans. Remember to drink more water with Adderall. Also be near a toilet at all times. Does Adderall make you incontinent? I haven't noticed any such negative effects, but I've only been on it for 1 day. I do, however, work at home, so I am always near a toilet just by default. It makes you thirsty. I'll drink more, I guess. Guys, I'm taking a really small dose. I'm taking 10 milligrams. I mean, all right. It's an incredibly small dose. Yeah, I'm like a 240-pound guy. Average dose of Adderall. Usual dose is 5 to 60 milligrams a day. Wow. 60 milligrams. Wow. In children 6 of age or older, start with 5 milligrams once or twice daily. Okay, so even like 6-year-olds can take 10 milligrams a day. And I probably weigh like 4 times what a 6-year-old does. I'm probably going to be okay, guys. I'm not too worried about the chemical balances in my body. Excuse me. Lil Keep and Ferdov's Yoldashev, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Don't worry, Lil Keep. I have absolutely no intention of turning into a chud in the future. St. Leibowitz, thank you for the incredibly kind Tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. And Sake with a very kind $20. Much appreciated. Vosh Training Regiment. What the fuck is this?
Listen, yeah, there's this new enemy called King Kong and that. Basically, what you gotta do is you gotta smack him up, you know what I mean? Just take care of him. You know, like, complete that mission and that.
I don't, you know what I mean? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't care, mate, so fuck off.
Don't you copyright me. Sake, why are you like this? Aw, cute. I really like these designs. Look at the baby. Okay, that was pretty good. Fucking true, by the way. So true. And based. Extremely. Still alive with a very kind $5. Here are the real winners of the Afghanistan war. Okay, I gotta push back on this one. Sorry. Here's Northrop Grumman Corporation, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and General Dynamics Corporation. The problem with this is that, like, every successful company also follows this same chart, right? Like, if I look up, like, Blizzard Entertainment, I don't know. Nah, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, here you go. Here's, like, Netflix. Yeah. That's gonna be messed up because the lawsuit. Well, not the general trend. Here, finance.yahoo.com. Give me the past. Yeah. Oh god, this is complicated to look at. Yeah. Damn. Didn't know Blizzard was so hit by the 2008 financial crash. Oh my god. Well, makes sense, actually. Wait, doesn't it make sense? Wrath of the Lich King came out in 2008. So that's when they peaked. Wrath of the Lich King came out. And then after that, there was no more good to do. So after that, the growth was going to be slowed. Which is a shame because Mists of Pandaria was also really good and underappreciated in its time. Expanded the lore, lots of new and innovative stuff. First time we got content that really felt like it was unique to WoW instead of it being kind of like a holdover from stuff introduced in Warcraft 3. I mean, there was yeah, really great mechanics, great raids, great class balancing, just... Goddamn right. Goddamn right. Classic Carnate with a very kind $10. Oh wait, sorry, that wasn't Sake, that was still alive. Classic Carnate with $10. Called myself a white nationalist and people were horrified. Isn't that just a patriot who happens to be white? You keep on believing that, okay? Oh, Paul DSSB, I agree. Robot Jones, thank you for the very kind $10. Just dropped my first album thanks to the content and the long nights of audio mixing. Well, congratulations on your first album drop. Happy to keep you entertained. Though I don't know how you can listen to me while also listening to your music, but however that works, I'm happy. Stake Tanuki with the two $10 donations, spoiling the contents of Okay Buddy Vouch. Oh, I saw this shit on Twitter, dude. We've captured this footage of key Taliban leaders. Do you recognize any of them, Agent Kochinsky? Yes, the one whose name has been redacted from all the documents. Sewer Sharia! The Taliban will collapse from internal conflict within a year. it's so fucking stupid. And then the follow-up, delightfully meta, by the way. Sorry, I use Twitter, not Reddit. Oh, God. We'll do an Okay Buddy soon. We'll probably have time to tomorrow. I think we have a debate scheduled for tomorrow. We'll see how it goes compared to that last debate. Jia Wong with the $10. Have you read the Mother Jones article that came out about Afghanistan? Quote, internal government watchdog slams Afghanistan war effort as inept and reckless. I have not read it, but I don't disagree with the principle. Hunga Master, thank you for the very kind $3. I don't know if this is true, but this person is claiming that Hakim is an upper middle class Iraqi. Hakim is the biggest Iraqi scammer, comes from an upper class family and goes to a private medical school selling communism to Western on the internet. Not going to lie, it's a great business. Well, he is a doctor, and I can't imagine getting into medical school over there is super easy, right? It wouldn't surprise me. I do think that Hakim is another genocide-denying piece of shit, so this is like a pretty common trend from these types, you know? No class traders here. Still, I have to say, though, in Iraq, wouldn't, like, upper middle class Iraqis still not be that much compared to, like, most Americans? I mean, it seems like in a relativistic sense. Nah, actually, no, I think I take this back. Nah, yeah, it doesn't matter. Does the only way it would matter? Aren't you upper middle class? No, now I'm upper class. Thank you. The only way it would matter is if like Hakeem made arguments from the perspective of poverty. But now reflecting on it, I don't think I've ever heard him do that, so it doesn't really matter. No, I take it back. I apologize for my comment. His number 9 with $5. Hey Vosh, what's the deal with your firearms training? Living it up. Living it and kicking it. Did I show you guys this? Hold on. Yup. Now that's pretty okay. At 10 yards, that's pretty okay with the handgun. Look at that. That's almost all within the 5-inch round. We're getting there, okay? We're getting there. Soon we'll be like that cool anime Russian girl from the Olympics. Markinator with a very kind $5. Vosh, aren't MLs technically the only socialists to pull off successful revolutions? Revolutions to what? Like there are fascists who have done revolutions. It doesn't mean anything unless you build like the right society, right? I mean, yeah. By my mark revolutionary success, not by your ability to overthrow the government, but rather by your ability to implement the socialist society afterwards. And generally speaking, not the best track record. Vosh, the voice actress of what? The voice actress of Mercy in Overwatch got murdered? What? This was 2 days ago? How did I not see this on Twitter? Is this the English? Okay, it's the Brazilian VA. That doesn't make it any less bad. I'm just saying, if it was the English VA, I would have been fucking astonished that I hadn't heard about it. That really fucking sucks. Yeah. Bro, that's still awful? Yeah, it's equally awful. I was just surprised that I wouldn't have heard about it if it was the English VA, you know. Hung a Master with a very kind $3. Yeah, of course. Hakeem would be against the Cuban protests. Demon Doggo and Groovy Duke, thank you for the $5 both. I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'll listen anyway. Ancient Voshian proverb. Fucking true. Chloe Bainin, thank you for the $5. Rip Trevor Moore. Marlon Orlando, thank you for the very kind $7. Thank you so much for the compliments on my minis. I don't take commissions. I only want to work on passion projects. Your stream keeps me company while I paint. Based. And personal and private interest build. Respect. 8D5D2 Derek, $5. This video will help you train your voice to sound like a girl. I assume this would be a meme video, but this video has 300 views, and it actually seems to be about that, but...
Hi.
Should we just watch this? I'll learn. Let's watch this. Why not?
In this video, we're going to talk about resonance and...
I know that, like, statistically speaking, 50% of you are trans women, so it seems relevant.
Why it's the most important focus for your voice transition. Hello. Welcome to Technique Talk Tuesday, where every week I provide vocal tips designed to help you find more vocal freedom and transition your voice. If we haven't met yet, my name is Nicole Gress. I am a speech pathologist and a gender voice coach. I help trans and non-binary folks create a voice that truly matches their identity. Okay, so last week we talked about
Wow. What about cis femboys who just want to have a more feminine voice? Yeesh. Talk about being left out of the fucking field.
Myth of pitch and how what the real focus of a voice transition should be is resonance. Let me say that again. Resonance is the most important part of a gender voice transition. You may have heard this and thought, okay, that sounds great. But what the hell is resonance and how do I control it? That's what we're going to talk about today. So the term resonance is used in a lot of different ways in a lot of different contexts. But when it comes to voice transitioning, resonance is simply the filter. Think about when you take a selfie that you're going to post online or send to someone. A lot of times people will add a filter to their selfie to modify the way that they look. The filter changes the appearance of the original picture. Well, in the same way, resonance is the filter of your voice. You can put a filter on your voice to brighten it, or you can put a filter on your voice to darken it. So here's how. Let's say we want to put a filter on my voice to brighten it. I want you to first listen to the unfiltered selfie of my voice saying the days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now let's add a bright filter on top of it. Step 1, raise your larynx height. E, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Step 2, change my lip position. E, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And step 3, change the width of my throat. E, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So this is me speaking with the brightest filter on my voice that I can. Let's compare it to that unfiltered voice. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So at each step, adding that bright filter, you want to look out for the sound that's most truly yours. You may only need one of those 3, or you may need all 3 to find your ideal voice. So that's what to do to add that bright.
Oh, well, that's nice. Yee. Yeah, raise larynx, spread lips. Gotcha. Now we know. Thanks, I'm a woman now. Yeah. Sorry about the non-consensual boobification. All right. Still donos to look at, but there was something I wanted to talk about first. Give me a moment. A moment. There's some hypothetical alternative version of me that prepares this stuff beforehand, but that just ain't me, you know? That just ain't me. Hold on. There. Chat, go show love and support. Oh, gotcha. You all are being gay. I see. I see. Man, am I really not going to be able to find... Huh. I think I might just have to go entirely without pictures even. Can we do that? Is that possible? Well, I guess we're going to try it. So, I dip my toes into media analysis from time to time because I watch a lot of it and play a lot of it, and I'm better at video games than you, at least with regards to Bloodborne, because I was the first one to beat it. Anyway, if this was some well-constructed video essay from a person who actually, you know, edited their videos, then I'd be able to accompany this with cute shorts and pictures and voice clips, but unfortunately, because I do this off a live stream, I can't really show that much for fear of being smacked down with the copyright hammer because, again, it's being broadcasted live as I do it. So you're just going to have to be carried through this analysis by the smooth, sultry dulcet of my voice. Who here has heard of Tuca and Bertie? Did I use the term dulcet correctly? I think I might have misused it. No, sweet and smoothing. Okay, yeah, nice. Tuca and Bertie is a cool show. Here's a picture. It's promotional art for the show. I like it a lot. It's cute. It's basically a quirky, zany, postmodern, highly absurdist buddy comedy between two birds who live in Birdtown. They're gay. Not literally gay. In the case of Bert, maybe? I don't remember. Well, nah, they're all pretty gay. It's all generally pretty gay. Also, this person's a plant. I don't know. It's a plant. So it's BoJack Horseman. There are definitely similarities in the sense that the comedic weight of the show is usually driven by the psychological quirks and traumas of the characters. That is to say, the show gets dark. And the first season got really dark, and the second season had its moments, and I like it a lot. And the second season just finished. And if you want to watch it, I watched it on Hulu. Are those flies fucking? Yes. I watched it on Hulu, and you can watch it wherever. But I want to talk to you about something in season 2. Didn't know there was a season 2? Yeah, it got canceled off Netflix after the first season for some reason, despite it being loved. But it got picked up by Adult Swim for the second season, which is awesome, and I really enjoyed it. So, yes, that is cancel culture. Please, no spoilers. So, while what I'm about to say is technically a spoiler, it's not really. I don't think anything that I'm about to say is going to like affect your enjoyment of the story. But if you really don't want to hear, then don't hear, because I'm not going to withhold from explaining any of the elements that I found interesting. The reason I'm talking about this is because there was something in the second season that I thought was kind of cool. So, the bird town that Tuca and Bertie, that's them. They're Tuca's the toucan. Tuca, and Bertie's the one in the red sweater. Tuca Bertie, Tuca and Bertie, and they live in an apartment on adjacent floors, and they did through all of season 1. But something happens in season 2, and at about the midpoint in season 2, a conflict arises over the course of an episode, which centers largely on an allegory for gentrification. Moss takes over their building. Literal moss. I mean, green, mushy moss starts to climb up the building, and it starts infecting its interior, and everything starts to be made of moss. The dish towel and the appliances and the floor and the ceiling, and it's all made of moss. And as the building begins to be taken over by moss, it's announced that there's a new landowner who now controls all of the rented apartments, and the owner is the moss. The moss owns the apartments now. And the moss cannot speak, it can't talk, it can't think, it can't feel. It's literally just moss. But the moss has a spokesperson, a rather obnoxiously cheery sort of pep woman who enters the apartment to announce that rent is going up for everyone and everything is getting worse. And people complain, of course. And the woman's like, okay, I know. And I'll share all of your complaints and all of your concerns to my boss, but my boss is Moss, who can't hear and don't have opinions on things. So I'll try, but and that's kind of like the running theme where the Moss just creeps and encompasses and expands more and more. And anytime people have complaints, again, it's Moss. I mean, they can like rub it off stuff, but then it just grows back. And when they complain to the property manager says, I don't know, it's moss, I don't know. And I like it, and it's a really good metaphor. Now, the conflict of the episode is resolved. No spoilers. When they find a way to temporarily and only partially remove the moss's influence from part of the apartment. But in doing so, they have to utilize the city's laws against the alteration of historical properties, i.e., some of the part of that apartment is a historical property, and therefore the rent on it can't really be changed. And that's how they stave it off for a little bit. And for the rest of the season, Moss controls all of that apartment except for one little bit of it. And as the season moves forward, moss begins to crop up more and more across the city. It starts to infect the nearby buildings as well, and you see buildings in the background that have moss growing and encompassing. And later on, the moss even sponsors a big old state fair. I have no context for this, so I'm just imagining this as actual moss. It literally is actual moss. It is actual moss. It's the plant moss. And it just grows, and it owns more and more and more. And how do I say this without spoiling? In the last episode, something happens, something devastating happens that wipes the moss away, somewhat literally. And I'm talking about this, and this all seems really irrelevant, but the reason why I think this is interesting is because I think that the moss is a really, really, really good analogy for the rampant expansion of capital. And that's nothing new, by the way. The idea that like a show would have a kind of allegorical representation of gentrification and of property management and what have you. But the thing that makes it cool to me is the fact that the moss is represented literally as moss, and that complaints against it fall upon deaf ears because it is literally moss. Yeah, this is like a tiny little screen cap, but that's the front door to their apartment. It's moss. It was brick, but now it's moss. That's moss. It's just moss now. And the reason that I really like this is because oftentimes what we're talking about here is a very real phenomena. Oh, it's not a character Vosh. Does it talk? No, it's just moss. The reason why I like it is because very, very, very often, when this sort of thing is represented in media, there's an urge to personify and villainize an individual or a group of individuals for what they're doing to the city. How many sitcom plots have you seen where there's a new bad landlord or a new bad politician or a new bad property owner or a new bad property manager or whatever, and then the conflict is overcoming them, and then when they're gone, things go back to normal? The problem is the underlying economic anxiety that's being described can't really be solved in that way, because the processes people complain about, gentrification, all like property being rapidly accumulated by a small handful of property acquisition firms, investment, stuff like that, that isn't done because some people are evil. That is an inevitable consequence of the laws and economic principles that control our society today. It has nothing to do with individuals being bad or them being indifferent or them being evil. It's just how moss grows. It's just how it is. You can complain if you want, and maybe there's a person around with an ear to turn towards you, but what are they going to say to the moss? Moss grows in environments where it's allowed to thrive. I really like this as an analogy because I'm a big fan of de-essentializing people's depictions of economic problems. So often, racism, sexism, they come up in media, but they're personified through the misbehavior of like a person or of a group. It's not capitalism that's bad. It's a corporation that's bad. And the evil corporation, once defeated, things go back to normal, you know? It's not the police as an institution that are bad. It's this group of bad cops that you can overcome, oftentimes by siding with the good cops. Racism? Racism is just a series of interpersonal actions and personal biases that can be overcome with introspection and by being, you know, very socially isolatory towards people who are racist. Stuff like that. But that's not how moss works. I mean, moss doesn't care about or even know what it's consuming. It just spreads. Like anything else, like a fungus, it's completely indifferent to anything besides the conditions which enable or prohibit its growth. And again, I feel like this would all sound so much better and so much cooler if I had videos or pictures to show off alongside it, because that would punctuate my points and I'd get to show you the clips where all the themes that I'm reading into are pretty explicitly described in the actual text, in the actual, you know, show that I'm referring to here, you know? It's good. I like it a lot. The depersonification of evil. So much of this is systems. So much of this is utterly withheld from the individual mores and interests of people that I feel it is almost counterproductive to obsess over the idea that the people orchestrating this regime change, this transition of power, are themselves evil. Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you, Hyena, for providing some stills. The moss is intaking the interior of the apartment, and now there's a no pets allowed policy. So this plant lady has to say goodbye to her 10-foot tall giant cat. This woman right here, the one with the little bow tie, what are they called? An ascot? The little, literally a bow tie. It's like a bow, you know. She's the property manager. She's the spokeswoman for the Moss. And I mean, she's very cheerful and friendly about this. And sometimes she, maybe not sincerely, but at least she acts sympathetic to the people who are suffering on account of the Moss's unrestricted growth. But at no point in the text is it ever made apparent that that woman has the ability to change anything. See, the moss taking over the building. As time goes on, it starts seeping towards the adjacent buildings as well. At no point in the show is it like, oh, if this lady was a little nicer or a little more sympathetic, maybe things could change. See, she's just the envoy of a natural disaster. I mean, she might as well be the weatherman reporting that a storm is coming. She's just heralding its arrival. And maybe she's, you know, a bitch about it, but she'd be replaced if it wasn't her. And ultimately, she's not responsible for anything that's taking place, except, I suppose, in part for speaking positively of those changes. But really, the enemy is the moss. And there it is. It comes to take over near the whole city towards the end of the season. Spoilers for the very end of the season. I still don't think this will influence your enjoyment of the show negatively for how absurdist and devoid of consequences it is. All of the narrative stakes in Tuca and Bertie are about the psychological growth of its characters, not really about like what's happening in the world. It's an absurdist show. It's like spoiling an Ed, Edd and Eddy episode. Like at the end, Ed eats all of them and they all sit in his stomach with a flashlight helmet like a miner. Okay, like that doesn't tell you anything about the actual story because it's all absurdist nonsense. Um, but at the very end of the second season of Tuca and Bertie, there's a great big flood, and the flood is caused in part by the fact that the moss is clogging the water waste systems in below the city. That they would have been functional otherwise, but instead no. And earlier, there's dialogue which suggests that the Moss's capital investment deterred the city's leadership from investing further in its natural disaster planning. And the Moss was just doing its Moss thing. I mean, it wasn't doing anything malicious. Moss grows through sewers. Anyway, the natural disaster, the flood, it washes all the moss away. The natural disaster made Birdtown inhospitable to capital investment. Isn't there something fitting about that? What corporation would buy up land in a city that had just been flooded? None. Just as a flood naturally wipes away the moss. I don't know if a flood would actually do that. Moss clings onto rocks pretty tight, but so too does natural disaster and the destruction of a city disincentivize capital investment. And I think that's kind of neat, isn't it? It's not as though the flood is portrayed as a good thing. It's not. It's bad. But it also cleared the moss. And afterwards, at the end, you see people dancing up on rooftops, those who survived the flood. And it's not a good ending, but there's something to be said there, I think. Anyway, hopefully this brief bit of media analysis, completely unsupported by any clips or, oh, I've been sent more clips, thank you. Oh, how pertinent, thank you. Supported by not very many screenshots, give you an impression not only of why the show is good, but also why I decided to talk about this. Does that make any sense? The flood wiping away the city. And here they are eating hot dogs on their fire escape ladder with their feet dipped in the floodwaters, which were apparently so severe that they were able to come 40 feet up. So, what show is this? It's Tuca and Bertie. It's a cool show. Are the gay birds going to die? I'm happy to announce the gay birds are going to be okay. And that's my analysis. That's my media analysis about the depersonification of economic woes. Cut the segment. Wow, H-Bomb did it better. True! Haha, true. True. That's true. Time to go full video essay with the editing. Oh, Ryan, you don't have to. You already do so much work. I see how many videos you put out. Well, actually, we all do because you put them out. They're released publicly. So, you know, it tracks. Are we doing a Biden speech review? I think that was going to be tomorrow. How long was Biden's speech on Afghanistan? If it's 20 minutes or less of real, meaningful speech, it's about 20, I think. 5 minutes is pretty short. Link that speech. We're going to cover that today. Then we'll do the conservatives enjoying the Taliban tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we have time for that. Okay. Link that, please. I need to pee real quick. The Biden speech is important to cover. We're going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? He didn't answer questions either. Yeah, I fucking bet he didn't. Ha! Ooh, hello! Florence is still out. She should be sleeping, but she's active now because I took her out. She's on the mesh of her tank and she's staring at me. Hello! Eat. Oh, so people in chat earlier were saying, but so does Adderall lead to water retention? Because I noticed the other day that my weight went up a little bit despite me eating, drinking, and exercising just as much as I always do. It's possible it might lead to a little bit more, or maybe not. Could be just regular variance. I think it actually dehydrates you. Well, it could dehydrate you because you retain more water in like certain parts of your body, but not otherwise. It actually does the opposite. Oh, okay. I'm just coping then. All right. Salt causes you to retain more water than usual. Well, I do eat a lot of salty food. Actually, I recently got a full blood panel done, and the only substance, the only way in which I'm not healthy, of all the shit, cholesterol, everything, the only way in which I deviate from health is that I am minutely above the average range of phosphorus in my blood, which is interesting. Even my vitamin D levels are acceptable, which I wouldn't expect given my lifestyle. I don't know what would cause the phosphorus stuff. But you need to adjust your caloricals with the weight loss. I only eat 1,800 calories a day every day, which is pretty small for a 240-pound guy, you know. 1,800 calories. I'm surprised I've been able to manage it for this long, you know. You eat sugar? Fuck yeah, I eat sugar. Absolutely. You should watch BoJack Horseman. I promise you I've watched BoJack. Yeah. My 1 pound week weight loss is like 1250 because I'm a 4'11" girl. Jesus. Unenviable. Well, I suppose I'm a lot hungrier than you, so. Womanlit, yeah. Wow, that's too low. That's why you're gaining weight. It's fine. Hold on. Metabolic resting calorie burn. What are we at now? How to calculate your resting metabolic rate. Age 27, current weight 240. Height 6'2". By the way, I didn't realize there would be so much debate about my height after taking the photo with Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool. Some people say Charlie Kirk is 5'7" because there's like a sports player who's 5'7", you know, who's named Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is 6'4", maybe 6'5", and I was also hunched forward a little bit when debate. But if I didn't realize everyone would be so weird over it. The next time that I take a photo with another public figure, I'll do the thing everyone does. You know, I'll do the thing everyone does where there we go. Light, exercise, calculate. I burn 2,900 calories during a typical day. That doesn't seem likely. This is overly generous. 2,900 calories during a typical day? I'd be losing a pound of fat every 3 days. That's not true. What if I set it to sedentary levels of activity? Calculate. 2,560. That still feels way too generous. At 6'2", 240 pounds? I don't think so. I don't think so. That seems unlikely. Maybe? I don't know. All right. Such is life, K Comrade Robin Hood. Catarin's statement? Huh? What? Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. Prime K's sexually harassed his staff for months. Oh, boy. Oh, Jesus. Well, only so much time in the day. This is from Catarana. Have I spoken to this person? I'm almost certain that I have. Yes, I know that I have. As per the title, I no longer work with Prime Ks. I've had an issue with the way my boss has treated me for a while. As per my general inability to process things of this nature, I usually wouldn't know how to deal with a situation like this. For a while, I felt like I just needed to suck it up. I've been involved with the Twitch politisphere for about 6 months now, with one of my only points of access to the community being through the occasional hippy-dippy recruitment panel or the more frequent Prime K's panel. From the beginning of my introduction to Prime's community, his interactions with me were essentially always romantic or sexual in nature, but completely one-sided. On my end, it was always an internal struggle to decide whether I got to keep my dignity in the situation or express my discomfort, or suck it up and grow as a streamer through him giving me a platform. This incentive only released when I started to produce more for him and I was paid for my work. I thought this new working relationship would mean he would act more professionally, but it did not deter his inappropriate behavior at all. I tried to come forward earlier. As early as April to be precise, yet when I reached out to other creators in their chat, he found out that I was posting in their chats within 10 minutes of me doing so. I knew that if I tried back then, he had so much more resources and audience than I did too, and thus crushed my channel before I even got the word out. Evidence I reached out to other creators beforehand. All right. You want NCC? That's no comment chick, right? To cut that portion of the stream where you're talking to chats, that'd be nice. Thanks. Notice she was gone already. Just know most of the women on Twitch will be supportive of you no matter what your reason for speaking out about it, for emotional support or just trying to warn other women. Or if you're pursuing legal ends, the men will get weird and start saying stuff about proof is needed. Okay, so this affirms then that Katarana has spoken to Girly Bear in the past about this. I don't know if there are dates associated with any of these. Like, oh no, there it is. There it is. Yeah, 420. Okay, gotcha. Only in the first one. I don't know. Are these Twitch DMs? I don't know much about the format of this particular yeah. All right, Aiko. Let's see. Hey, I was told to reach out to you, so I've been getting creeped on a lot by someone in the politosphere. I'm going to guess this is Prime K's. Miss you. Die. After I kiss you, I'll have nothing else to live for. No. Yes. Bye. Damn, is that really Prime K's? Here's a screenshot of a piece. They do this like every day, and they know I live with my BF, but they won't stop. Do you have any advice? In your DMs, do you know who it is? Have they found you? In my DMs, and yeah, it's a large creator. I mean, if it's a large creator, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, this is all too vague for advice. Based on what you send me, I just block them unless they keep making new usernames. Just always keep the receipts. Always, if it's someone I know of, I can dig around. Yeah, this individual right here isn't aware of the working relationship between Katarana and Prime K's, so that changes it a lot. Why did they block the names? Of how are we supposed to know it was him? Because the names were blocked in these DMs, like to show Aiko, I assume. So, speaking up in NCC's chat, Aiko hates Vosh, by the way. Everyone hates me. It's fine. Katarana, a creator larger than NCC, has been sexually harassing me. I'm sorry. Is there anyone you can talk to? Don't feel safe. Okay, so we're establishing that Katarana has indeed spoken up about this extensively, all up and around the place. Here we are in Discord. Hey, you. Is everything okay? I saw some comments on a stream and just wanted to make sure that it's not someone in my community. Hey, I'm a bit too scared to say TBH. I'm not big enough to feel safe. No worries. If you're ever ready, I'll hit that yeet button. So I feel like I'll just lose my platform if I talk. I understand. I'll try to get a little bigger and then I'll tell you. Just so you know, I'll always platform your nerd personality and big brain anytime I get the chance. Can I just ask a question for my peace of mind? Sure, I just want to ask about one name. I can call you and tell you if I'm scared about it being snapped. Please, for the love of God, tell me it isn't Prime for sure. Oh, that seems prescient. Yes, Samantha the Banana is now working for Lauren Southern, of all people. Just checking in, you okay? Yeah, just stressing with the end of the semester. Been trying not to think about everything too much and chilled out with him knowing that I'm busy. 1 month later. All right. Hey, the weird comments haven't stopped. Hold on. I'm helping out right now because the channel's growing, helped everyone, but gosh, the stuff that's being said to me is really off. Like, what, are you okay? Okay, but like, I tell my partner everything and they're just on the edge of telling people themselves. Working on questions Tuesday night, I was asked, what's my bra size? Then I had to go to the bathroom, but I kept my headphones on and he was asking for me to come back to my chair in a way that would show my ass. Just really off shit. Okay, so this is the first thing we've seen that seems like an explicit confirmation that Katarana is referring to Prime K's here, you know? In all the other stuff, it's like there's this person, but the only person Katarana could possibly be referring to here is Prime K's, you know? Like, contextually, it wouldn't make any other sense. For, like, who else would Katarana be working on questions with, you know? I'm sorry, you shouldn't have to put up with this. Wait, he asked your bra size. Weird champ. Right. The college just have to mute him till he's done being weird so we can go back to working. Yeah, that's has to be Prime K's. OMFG, you mute Prime. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Now on calls, I just have to mute him till he's done being weird. OMFG, you mute Prime. Okay, there. That's... I was looking for some kind of explicit confirmation that all this discussion was taking place about Prime specifically, cutting through the vagueness a little bit, but yeah, there we go. Okay. Not that I doubted, but... I thought you were talking to Eris. The panel host gets modded. Eris is someone I asked about regarding how I... Excuse me. People. Only one of the people I trust. It's all weird stuff. I told him he should stop because I'm kind of an unpaid employee. The only reason I'm calling is to talk about work. His response was, oh, but then you could always say we're working on something to make me stop. Like, yes, dude, that's the point. Cringe. True. I haven't told anyone in the community about this but you either. My close friends IRL know, but they don't even know what Twitch is, so that's not much of a worry. Talking about whether or not there would be potential backlash. This makes me wonder about the women who have left the space and don't want anything to do with Prime anymore, you know? Huh. So, I have a couple of thoughts here just right off the bat, you know, I'm just throwing them off top of my head, okay? The behavior here from Catarana. First of all, and we should be clear, we don't technically have any proof of anything. That is something you should always take into account. However, the behavior of Catarana seems extremely whatever the opposite of suspicious is, you know? It seems like behavior which is which would very reasonable and realistic for a person in this situation. So one of the most frequent sort of rebukes to a situation like this would be like, she's lying, she's looking for clout, she's just trying to like leech off my clout and cancel me because she doesn't like me. The thing is, if that was the case, would Catarana really spend months vague posting about it in DMs? You know? It seems that if you like, this seems like the behavior of a person who's legitimately worried about their relationship with the broader Twitch politosphere, more so than like getting a cheap and dishonest dig at a person that she works with. So just this behavior, to me, it speaks to sincerity. Again, without any actual proof, I don't want to come down with super hard statements on this, because in my time online, from the drama that I've seen between people and, oh god, the stuff that happens on Twitch, sometimes there is a second side to a story, but this seems like a really like strong and legitimate like front on this part. Let's finish this bit. What is important to note here is that Samantha did talk to Prime about his behavior. This does not stop him from continuing his behavior. Over the course of the months, Prime has said just absolutely wild things to me. Unfortunately for me, and fortunate for him, most of it was over Discord calls. That makes sense. He would make comments about my breast size, I assume, and how much he liked my ass, and asked me to show it off for him. I've been told over and over how gorgeous I am without reciprocating any of the same language. I was once so desperate to get away from his comments that I swallowed oral anesthetic in phone calls to get him to hang up. Wait, what? Like to go to sleep? I'm unclear on the logistics of this. That was probably not the most optimal move, but it definitely speaks to desperation. He's proclaimed that he will move to Europe for me, as I had planned to at that time to go to the Netherlands. He told me he wants to sleep with me, even though I was not ever reciprocating any of his flirting or inappropriate comments. He even told me that I have enough information to end his career, and when I asked, why do you keep doing and saying things that could get you in trouble, he's responded with, I know what girls would and wouldn't talk. That's a pretty damning series of lines, assuming they're true. I guess I just look like one of the girls that would never talk. All right, I'm being given more tweets from Dylan Burns. Hold up. Ah, yes, that's part of the thread. Lovely. There are multiple people who are willing to come forward and also admit they were present when Prime admitted to doing many of these things, and that, quote, if Kat recorded these calls, I am screwed. Oh, here. Oh, we've got DMs now. Miss you, die. After I kiss you, I'll have nothing else to live for. This is the one that was censored in the earlier one. Good night, gorgeous. No, so freaking cute when you do that. Damn. This is like... I'm not trying to take away from the severity of this, but this reminds me of, like, you know that, like, Indian people Facebook subreddit? Like, sometimes, I don't know, like, Indian people will just, like, send a cavalcade of non sequitur admissions of love and affection to people. This just reminds me a bit of that, you know? It's, like, really creepy when it's coming from a person who I know speaks English as their first language. What's the date on that? This is from April 22nd. And by the way, all this is within a 1 minute span. 7:50 a.m. here, 7:51 a.m. down here. This is a rapid fire series of inappropriate messages, not like sporadic day in day off type stuff. If we can do that. Oh, I don't need a wake up call anymore. By the way, gotcha. Are you awake? Shit, never mind. I completely forgot you asked me not to call. I'm up. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I was excited to hear your lovely voice again. Go to bed. No, you. Jesus. I don't need a wake-up call anymore, by the way. And then 2 hours later, are you awake? Shit, never mind. Why are they doing wake-up calls at all? Is this literally like a call to wake up, or does it mean something else? I don't know. It doesn't matter. You're beautiful and amazing at what you do. This is March 20th. And you know it. Nice work. Also, I didn't realize the teaching session was today at 1 p.m. I have to get sleep, so I won't be able to make it. Call ended. I'm awake, gorgeous. No need to call unless you just want to hear my voice to comfort and soothe you. Is that offer to come on to the Royale still good? Get back to me soon. I need to fill the spot. This is 17 minutes apart from these two messages. Never mind, we found someone. 11 minutes apart. Katarana says, hey, I'm really sorry I overslept. What is the work dynamic here? Holy fuck. Hey, are you still good to come on to the Royale from your offer? And then 28 minutes later, never mind, we found someone. Yeah, 7:06 to 7:34 p.m. What? I respond to emails within a week if people are lucky. This is an incredibly overfamiliar situation. And I'm guessing they're not like super close friends on account of the whole obvious dislike being emanated from her, you know? Just the blocked messages. The blocked messages that you're seeing down here are the ones being shown above. The person who's screenshotting this, Katarana, has Prime K's blocked, and you click on the blocked messages thing, and it expands and it shows the blocked messages. See, these are 3 messages here, so 3 blocked messages. 4 messages here, so these are 4 blocked messages. Yeah. Same. 4 blocked messages here. This collection of 4, 1 blocked message. This one. Yeah. So they're all shown. Nothing's being hidden. After Prime saw that she blocked Prime, and told him the reason why was for sexual harassment, he created a war room so he could get in front of the situation when it comes to messaging. Whew. Now, this is what we call an optics enjoyer, okay? Hey, person's... God, this isn't going to work. At Samantha Banana. This is from today? This would have been from today, I assume. I just reached out to Dylan Burns. He called me a sex pest and then blocked me on Discord. Might have to go to war. Twooby. Isn't that the politics Discord server person? Or is that Twuppy? Or was Twuppy Dylan Burns? No, wait. Doobie is the politics Discord server person. Sorry, not Twooby. Doobie. Twuppy was Dylan Burns. Doobie is the frog. Twooby, I don't know. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to keep it all together. I think you and Dylan need to talk about this. Right now, he's just going off whatever Katarana said, and who knows how she's painting this to him. I don't like him, but he seems like a good dude, so I doubt he'd want to be involved in outright slander. You need a... Oh, it might be helpful if you had somebody to mediate. Maybe Destiny? Dylan is friendly with him. You need a neutral party that is respected by both sides who can look over everything fairly. I guess I'm being the neutral party today, because I didn't have anything against Prime K. Hey, do I count as a neutral party? I had literally nothing against Prime Ks before now. Seriously, I've gone on a show multiple times. I've hosted him. I have nothing, like, I'm not coming into this with, like, a super crazy biased perspective. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's the best fit, TBH. I know a neutral third party, in all caps, Lauren Southern work for ya? Rob Noor? Are these jokes? I can't tell if these are jokes. They're in all caps. This is worthy of comedy. No, I know Samantha the Ban is the editor for Lauren Southern, yeah. Is this comedy? I think they're bad jokes. I'm gonna try to be charitable and say there's... Now, if she had just said Lauren Southern, maybe not. But the inclusion of Rob Noor suggests to me that this might be a joke. I genuinely don't know, though. No, she's actually a dumb fuck. Many people are saying this. Hold on, let me... What is this? Ah, I see. No, it's not a joke. She's literally the editor. She speaks highly of Rob unironically. Please don't give her credit. Man, does she really? Hold on. Twitter, Samantha the Banana. I misspelled that so many ways that Google didn't even have a suggestion for me. Yeah, she loves those two? I see. Banana. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Least predatory Discord user. Hold on. Let me make sure that there's. Let's see if we have anything more at the moment. It doesn't seem like we have any other DMs at the moment. That Dylan has leaked. I think they're terrible jokes to mess with Prime. I don't know, and I'm not. The fact that Samantha the Banana is working for Lauren Southern already severely discredits her in my mind. So we're not operating from a perspective of tremendous charitability towards her. Okay, well, I guess I'll keep an eye on Dylan Burns' Twitter to see if anything more gets leaked or if anyone surreptitiously DMs me to provide me any more information. But let's talk about this, okay? Let's try to. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I only work. This is from Samantha the Banana. I only work for Hansa Fakir and Dylan Burns and a few others now. I do not work for Prime K's. Sorry, not fucking sorry. I'm so sorry this happened, but I am glad I was able to help as best as I could. Thanks for trusting me. I got your back. Okay, so they probably were jokes in there. I'm assuming this was a joke. Probably Prime K's added her to that war room and the assumption that she would be sympathetic towards him, but yeah, okay. Or maybe Rob Noor could moderate all this. Anyway, let's engage in the deep sociological analysis necessary to find out why this is so cringe. Okay? First of all, this is pretty bad. Don't do it. Hopefully that's a good help, right off the bat. It's a good sort of initial prompt. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, actually, the first thing that I'm learning from this is holy fuck, clear your notifications. Oh my god, Cantarana. Jesus Christ. I would get a anxiety attack. They're literally like being clipped by the UI. Okay, so take care of that. But also, yeah, obviously very sorry that you had to put up with this, especially with regards to the position that you were in. This is kind of a microcosm of everything that Me Too was about in a way. There is it is really, 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 really difficult to plan out the math on giving up a good situation when dealing with harassment from people who support that situation. This is the case with every kind of power dynamic. This is the case if you're being abused by a family member, adoptive or biological. This is the case if you're being abused by a boss, by a teacher. Anytime a person is a position of power over you, they have the ability to do two things. If you continue to abet and allow their harassment. One of those things is they can make your life better. And one of them is that they can refrain from making your life worse. Now, in Katarana's situation, she seemed really, really anxious about the possibility that she would be ostracized, excuse me, from Twitch politics if she went forward and she was critical of Prime K's. And there are reasons to believe that because Prime K's has a lot of connections, and it is not at all unlikely that being that other people make money and get attention off Prime K's, they would side with him because it is in their economic or social interest to do so. This is usually how stuff like this takes place. If if Katarana had come out with this and people had sided with Prime K's, I imagine the majority of the people who would have done so wouldn't have done so out of some ideological commitment to not listening to victims of sexual harassment. It probably would have been because Prime K's is somebody who hosts panels, and those panels are beneficial to the people who attend them. And then people just, oh, by the way, you guys are this close to all getting banned. People talking about Greg Abbott. Holy fuck, we're talking about something right now. Are you guys joking? I know. I've seen it. You've posted it like 20 times in chat. Chill. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? We're literally talking about something else right now. Anyway. Jesus. Anyway, with regards to the Me Too situation. It's not at all uncommon for people to fear reprisal, so they withhold from sharing information on their harassment or their abuse. So I'm glad that Katarina spoke up. Now, this has been going on for a while. I mean, these logs are from March. It's August. This has gone on for some time. I think it's unfortunate that our community is in a position where Katarina was under the impression that she wouldn't have been well received for the months prior, you know? Now, obviously, she has a friend in Dylan Burns, and Dylan Burns is like, a fairly trustworthy person when it comes to situations like this, so that's to work out in her favor. And it seems like, based on Prime K's panic response, that there is a tremendous amount of legitimacy to these concerns, and also that Prime K's will be given a lot less attention in the coming time. Also, other people might speak out about this. Wasn't one of those messages saying that there are other women who no longer associate with Prime K's? Right? It's probably not the only one, you know. Especially if Prime K's is saying stuff like, I know what types of things women will tell on and what they won't. Kind of suggests that he's sort of felt out the limits of people with regards to harassment, you know? Kind of yeah, that was the worst part because it suggests self-awareness, you know. Um can I find that here? I believe that was in one of the Twit longer screenshots, yeah. That was definitely, at least in my opinion, the worst part. Oh, it's down here, that's right. He even once told me I have enough information to end his career. When I asked, why do you keep doing and saying things that could get you in trouble, he responded with, I know what girls would and wouldn't talk. I guess I just look like one of the girls that wouldn't talk. Yeah, this is like, it goes beyond just being incidentally creepy, and it suggests not only a pattern, but a malicious exploitation of other people's psychological vulnerabilities, which is significantly worse. Katarina was streaming last night. She seemed pretty done. If she had all this on her mind, it would explain it and make her more credible for, at least for myself. Well, yeah, I imagine that would be pretty fucking exhausting having to deal with, and also knowing this would come to a head soon. With all that said, Fallout-wise, I wonder how this is going to handle. The largest people who have gone on Prime K's thing, to my knowledge, are myself and Destiny. I'm pretty sure we're the largest figures to go on there. I don't know. Are there other? I mean, I don't know how many large political debate type streamers there are really. So it's not the largest pool to pull from. I sincerely doubt that Destiny's community would side with Prime K's on this. So I think I keep trying to say Samantha, Katarina, which sounds a little bit like Samantha, which is probably why I'm saying that. I doubt that she's going to get a tremendous amount of blowback, at least from the larger elements of the community, you know? Demon Mama? Yeah, Demon Mama's big. Now let's see. Uh-oh, we're on the Destiny Reddit. Actual damning logs, we just looked at those. Interested to hear what Prime's side of the story is, which I am as well, too, to be fair. Those messages are deaf weird. Take a fucking hint, dude, Jesus, but I want to hear what other people have to say. Yeah, okay, fine. The logs are kind of weird. Is there any sexual harassment proof or nah? I wonder if they've seen the subsequent tweets from Dylan Burns, because those make it pretty clear. If it's just the first set in the twit longer, it's still a little bit vague. We'll see. I think some of the people who are responding there haven't seen the subsequent tweets. One way or another, I imagine that public opinion is largely going to sway in favor of Katarina. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Hold on, I'm getting DMs. Damn, what can I leak and what can't I? Fuck! I hate getting DMs. I have no self-control. I want to leak everything, but I won't. Hold on. Well, maybe it will, person who I'm responding to very abstractly, and you'll just have to assume that I'm responding to you. Wouldn't it be better to give Prime his side before you commented on this? Well, I haven't had Katarina on, only responding to the leaks that have been provided. And to be fair, I think that I've been pretty level-headed and even with what I've said. Even just the screenshots that we've been provided make Prime K's look really, really bad, you know? And the behavior of Katarana is legitimate and credible. Period of months that she's communicated with other people, which really speaks to the legitimacy of her concerns. Now, is every claim that she's made been backed up by screenshots? No, that is not the case. However, a little birdie has told me that there's actually quite a bit more that could be leaked. So, yeah, this seems like what some people might call a doozy. How could you possibly make sense of this stuff without a full story? I know it's important to get the truth out, but it's not there out yet. It stresses me out too much. So there's a fine line that needs to be taken into account here. And this is sort of the difficulty with covering anything that's breaking. If you never cover stories that are only half formed, you never give voice to victims. Because the only way stuff like this ever grows and develops is if attention is given to the initial claims, you know? Leaks, accusations, these things only tell part of a story, but you have to cover them. You can cover them fairly or unfairly, but you have to cover them. Because if you don't, how would anything ever be investigated and examined were the two words I was buying for there. How would anything be explored after the fact? If any accusation or Me Too accusation was just met with dead silence until all the facts were settled, nobody would ever make them, because sometimes that process can take a really long time. It sucks to defer things to the court of public opinion, but in this case, I'm comfortable talking about this because, again, the screenshots of Prime Ks that are already available do not make Prime Ks look good, even just based off what we have here. This is Prime Ks engaging in some pretty obviously inappropriate behavior, like pretty explicitly inappropriate, and then it being followed up with, like, the war room being put together, you know? And that is a pretty severe reaction to something which some might otherwise claim is completely unsubstantiated. Now, I am interested in Prime K's perspective on this stuff. Hopefully Prime K's puts out a twit longer himself or something like that, because, and I want to make this completely clear, it is entirely possible that somehow Prime K's behavior is justified or legitimate. It could be something as crazy as faked screenshots. Now, do I believe that's the case? No. I really don't think that's the case. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. And if there's a claim to be made, I'd be interested in hearing it. The most significant defense, the most significant reasonable defense that Prime K could possibly throw out here, apart from this is a huge conspiracy and everything is photoshopped, which I don't think is the case, would maybe be that there were small periods of inappropriate behavior that he engaged in, that he says Katarana overreacted to, and that there were other instances where Katarana reciprocated his interest, but those weren't screen capped, and everything was selectively screen capped to make it seem as though the interest was one-sided, and that the other conversations that Katarana had with other people beforehand were more evidence of her weird or unstable behavior than anything else. Now, is that impossible? No, that's not impossible. However, that is a really unlikely explanation at this point. So, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing if there's any... Yeah, no, Dylan. Well, like, Dylan, that's exactly what you would say if you were paid off by Katarana, right? That's what I'm saying. Obviously, at this point, any real defense for Prime would involve a conspiratorial argument, which would be difficult to make convincing, you know? Yeah. Yeah, short of a mass series of bribes. Though I would be interested in seeing more of these claims come to light, because right now we're working off relatively little. Big Hat, just Dylan trying to take out the competition. True. Just trying to take him out. Big Cat taking over the Twitch politosphere, you know? What if he admitted and apologized? Okay. It really depends on how much can be confirmed. If the only thing Prime K's can be proved to have done is be inappropriate and boundary crossing, his addressal and apology could mean something. It could be meaningful in some way. If Prime K's really did say what Katarana said he said, though, about how he can tell which girls will tell and which won't, then apology doesn't mean shit. Because he knew what he was doing was wrong. He knew he was exploiting and manipulating. He knew he was taking advantage of people. And he would only be apologizing because he got caught. That would mean that an apology would mean like virtually nothing to me at that point. Not nothing. I guess it's like 1%, but like, yeah, no, at that point. Hello, Hans of Akir, who for some reason doesn't have a blue name. I know it's not adding anything in terms of weight because Kat works for me too, but I can also vouch for Kat and Dylan's trustworthiness in this endeavor. Do you guys all just like share editors and content creators? Am I unique in having like 2 who work for me exclusively? Is that I didn't know everyone worked for everyone else. Kat works for like everyone? Good. That's on that Sigma female grind set. Yeah. One of the defenses he was originally preparing is that she is mentally ill and has NPD. Wait, NPD? Narcissistic personality disorder. Oh, wow. That is certainly coming out the gate hot. That's my me when I'm arguing with a tanky. I'm having a conversation with the off left. My default. Worse though when talking about a victim of sexual harassment. Thank you. If apologizing means nothing, that he has no choice but to deny, no. That is correct. If that quote ends up being true, then the best strategy from Prime K's would be to deny everything and to never acknowledge it and to just stir up the pot as little as possible. That is a really common tactic from people who engage in misbehavior online. Even if it's obvious that you did something wrong, just say, nope, and then walk past it. And your ultra fans will stay with you because they were ultra fans to begin with. And you otherwise insulate your audience against knowledge of the incident because you don't really bring it up. And when people bring it up to you, you sort of loftily dismiss it and sort of, wave your hand. That's what makes me special. Of all the terrible things that I've done, we talk about them all the time. All the time we do. That's what makes this stream a special place, Yeah, that's my Sigma male behavior, Tell us everything you've done wrong right now. We don't have that much time left in the stream. Sorry. Dylan, if you're still in chat, or Hans of Akir, if you're still in chat, if anyone with a connection to this in any way are still in chat, are any more things to be leaked in the coming minutes, or at the moment is this the most information that I'm going to have to work off of? I would offer to bring either of you on, but that seems patently unfair, all things considered. I could have Katarana on. Yeah, I could. Gonna be doing it on stream in 20 minutes. Okay, then you'll be handling it then. She'll be with me. Okay, then after my stream, you guys can go over to Dylan's stream and you can continue the engagement there. There, then I'll just raid you after I'm done. Nice, that works out just fine. Yeah, maybe not even having Katarana. I've never spoken to Katarana before, so I don't even know well enough. Good luck, Hans. Good luck. Okay, so we learned a lot today. Vosh, are you going to associate with Prime K's after this? Well, obviously, if these allegations aren't substantially refuted, then no. No, of course not. I suppose if they're substantially refuted, maybe. But there are descending probabilities. Why I thought you hate women? That's true. I do hate women, but I also don't like sexual harassment, It's a moral conundrum keeping these values of mine balanced, but how difficult is it to remain impartial and believe in rehabilitative justice? Keep in mind that when people talk about rehabilitative justice, they're largely talking about the purview of state action. We're talking about like associating with people on Twitch TV. So in that case, if people don't want to associate with people they don't want to associate with, that's fine. Impartiality is impossible, but I think given the circumstances, I'm trying to engage with this as neutrally as I can. I mean, what else? Yeah. What if he acknowledged and apologized and said he fucked up? Well, I already said it depends on the degree to which it could be proved that he acted out of knowing malice. Remember when you were freshly unbanned from Twitch and super excited for all the panels you could do? Oh, the good old days? Yeah, well. You know. You know how it is. Thoughts on Prime's panels? All I really have to say, and this is not being tainted by any bias concerning these leaks, is that Prime K's panels were always a giant shit show. And that was kind of fun sometimes. I maintain that. Yeah. But that's the aesthetic that he was going for, of course. So. All right, Ryan, I don't care how many views that gets. That one's going on Vosh, but how many people who watch me even know who Prime K's is? You're going to cover Biden's speech? Now we don't have fucking time. Now we have to do it tomorrow. We stream tomorrow morning, by the way. We have a debate tomorrow morning. So I guess we do Biden's speech and we do the Tucker Carlson conservatives liking Taliban thing. Maybe you can talk about Abbott instead. What is there for me to say? Duckersy. Everyone Duckersy. That's Lamau. That's my official opinion on this. It's Lamau, you know. It's Rafflecopter even. That's an old one, isn't it? Okay, before I finish reading donos, can we get together and have a serious conversation? Can we do that? Okay? Cuz this means a lot to me, okay? I feel like the energy today was good, you know? I don't feel super coked up, but I do feel like I was a little bit more capable of following trains of thoughts and keeping it, so on and so forth. How do we feel about that belief of mine? Consistency. That's good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Hopefully it keeps. Got to get work done after this. I have some errands I need to run. Well, I'll see it soon, Fractals. Pacing was good, more controlled than usual. Nice. I think I'm less irritable, too. You went on a bit of a tangent about mounting the cameras. Okay, well, to be fair, I have always gone on tangents. That is not anything new. That is a long-standing tradition. Then again, I've had ADHD my whole life, so I suppose there was one thing that got me, I think, when I said there were two words that I mixed up, and I ended up saying a word that that isn't real. What were those two words again? They were examinated, yes. Examined and investigated, that's right. After I mixed those words up, paused, and then said the two words that I was meaning to say at the same time, I'm really happy with that. You know why? Because I feel like I make that mistake often, but usually I'm not able to identify the two words I was trying to say afterwards. Usually I just have to like stumble and move past it, but I took the second and I was able to actually identify those words, and that I'm happy with. Because it takes a little bit more thoughtfulness or a little more prescience. Are you ready to have your speech patterns hyper-analyzed and compared to pre-Adderall, Vosh? Yeah, fucking go for it. That's fine. Well, thank you, Vermin. You messing up words is fun, though? Maybe. Okay. Was there anything else? There was something else. I saw it in chat. Was there another? Oh, this Ibram X. Kendi thing. We have time for one more. One more. Somebody linked this in chat. I saw it very briefly, and by saw it very briefly, I mean my eyes glazed over the first few words. And I have some thoughts, but I haven't read the whole thing. So let's see. Let's read it. Pass an anti-racist constitutional amendment from Ibram X. Kendi. To fix the original sin of racism, I really don't like that language, Americans should pass an anti-racist amendment to the U.S. Constitution that enshrines two guiding anti-racist principles. Racial inequity is evidence of racist policy, and the different racial groups are equals. The amendment would make unconstitutional racial inequity over a certain threshold, as well as racist ideas by public officials, with racist ideas and public officials clearly defined. Oh, well, that makes it easy, doesn't it? Yeah. What does racist idea and public official mean? Well, we'll clearly define it. Okay. It would establish and permanently fund, I don't think it works that way, the Department of Anti-Racism, comprised of formerly trained experts on racism and no political appointees. The DOA would be responsible for pre-clearing all local, state, and federal public policies to ensure they won't yield racial inequity, monitor those policies, investigate private racist policies when racial inequity surfaces, and monitor public officials for expressions of racist ideas. The DOA would be empowered with disciplinary tools to wield over and against policymakers and public officials who do not voluntarily change their racist policy and ideas. Dude, I know how to fix racism. What if we created an extra government branch that controlled everything, and anytime anything was racist, and don't worry, we'll define what racism means, they can just stop it or control everything. Is this a joke? Is this seriously being written by a professor of history? Come on. Okay. We'll break this down, and I'll explain why this is really, really dumb. This is the anti-racist equivalent of a tech bro libertarian saying they'll fix economic inequality through Bitcoin, okay? We should pass a new amendment called the Bitcoin Amendment, okay? And it'll, like, make equity more reachable. Equity. Fiat currency. Technology will solve it. And then, like, people take it seriously. AI will fix it, yeah. So let's talk about this, and we'll break it down, okay? First of all, let me be clear about this. Do not use the term original sin to refer to racism. Guys, original sin is a Christian term referring to a birth defect in humanity that we compensate for through worship, okay? In America's case, slavery is a literal original sin in the sense that it happened originally and slavery was a sin in that it was bad, okay? But when you use language like that, you are essentializing the crime of racism and slavery and turning it into an internal moral weight that people are born with by virtue of their race or their nationality, which is wholly unacceptable. I'm really sorry. If you think that people who are American or people who are white bear an original sin for racism, then hoo boy, you will have a fun time reading over what racists think black people bear an original sin for, okay? Because they've got a laundry list of crimes and white women who have been raped, and they are oh so ready to pin that blame onto you, okay? Do not do this shit. It's essentialization. It's anti-material analysis. Just don't do it. It's stupid. It doesn't work and it doesn't fix anything, okay? Should pass an anti-racist amendment to the U.S. Constitution that enshrines two guiding anti-racist principles. This is already a little bit odd. The idea of a constitutional amendment, which is centered on like an explicitly ideological or pro-equality basis, seems weird, you know? Most of the constitutional amendments that enshrine like a degree of equality usually do so in reference to guiding principles, like democracy, access to voting, stuff like that. But this is perhaps a little bit more weighted and a lot harder to define. Equal access to voting rights is easy to define legally. How do you define anti-racism? Racial inequity is evidence of racist policy, and the different racial groups are equals. So to be perfectly clear, okay, we do not need a constitutional amendment saying different racial groups are equals, okay? Trust me, if you need a constitutional amendment to say this, you need a constitutional amendment to spell out every single part of civil society. Should we have a constitutional amendment saying vaccines work? Should we have a constitutional amendment confirming that the skies are blue? Should we have a constitutional amendment affirming the speed of light in a vacuum? If you start going down the road where everything you believe, and I believe this, by the way, starts getting affirmed through constitutional principle, then you're not, this just isn't how this works, okay? And then the other principle they want enshrined, racial inequity is evidence of racist policy. This is only half true, okay? And it's also really inarticulate. Racial inequity can also be a product of implicit or explicit bias with no policy, and it can also be evidence of historical inequality that is not addressed by race neutral policy. Now, you can make the argument that race neutral policy without fixing prior inequality is itself racist, and I do make that argument, but lumping all of these together into inequity equals racism is, well, it's not only inarticulate, but I think it blurs the lines between different types of racism in a way that's actually kind of pernicious. Do you guys agree with that? Like, this guy's a professor. I mean, we're talking about a constitutional amendment. This is a serious recommendation. We should take it seriously. The amendment would make unconstitutional racial inequity over a certain threshold. This is insane. Unconstitutional racial inequity over a certain threshold. What about vaccines right now? Black people have the lowest racial propensity for taking vaccines. What about that? That's racial inequity that has, at the moment, nothing to do with, well, there's probably some edge cases where there's racial biases in the distribution of vaccines, but for the most part, it's because black people don't trust the medical system. What do we do? That's unconstitutional. What department comes in? What do they fix with that? What do you do? This is not, you can't fix racial inequity by making it illegal. Like, this is a child's understanding of the law. Are you joking? Like, dude, what if we just had a constitutional amendment that made racism illegal? Like, okay. All right. Over a certain threshold, good luck defining that, as well as racist ideas by public officials, with racist ideas and public officials clearly defined. So the absurdity of this clause right here is perfectly underlined by the content of the parentheses. With racist ideas and public officials clearly defined. You find me a clear definition of racist ideas worthy of being enshrined into the Constitution, and I'll eat my hat, okay? I'm sorry. There is no way something as complicated as racism can be explicitly described in legal text in a constitutional amendment. There is no way. There's no way. I'm sorry. It's not happening, okay? I share your fervor for eliminating racism, but this is not the right way to do it. Well, it gets worse. It would establish and permanently fund. I don't think you can do. Can you permanently fund something through a constitutional amendment? I don't know how that works. Vague wording is really common in constitutional amendments, to be fair. Yes, it is. So here's the thing. Typically, constitutional amendments are made vague so the Supreme Court can decide how they're ruled. Do you think Ibram X. Kendi wants these ideas kept vague so our 6-3 conservative Supreme Court can decide what racist ideas are? No. Ibram X. Kendi wants his idea of what racist ideas are. There's no way this guy would defer these ideas to the jurisdiction of a Supreme Court. But that's kind of how this works. So, and permanently fund the Department of Anti-Racism, the DOA, dead on arrival, nice, comprised of formerly trained experts on racism and no political appointees. Okay, so you want a entirely new government department filled with a technocracy of unappointed sociologists, historians, and political scientists. And what do? Well, the DOA would be responsible for pre-clearing all local, state, and federal public policies to ensure they won't yield racial inequity. Okay, so he wants it to be a literal second law, like the anti-racist version of a fucking Sharia court. Literally pre-clear all local, state, and federal public policies, all of the millions of them for every city and every county and every state, everywhere. You want to pre-clear all of those so that every single law ever passed anywhere has to go through an unelected group of technocrats to decide whether or not it's sufficiently woke. This is when people read stuff like this is why they call anti-racists authoritarians, by the way. This is insane. Like, you're literally withholding the ability to make laws. What about self-determination? This is completely and utterly unacceptable. Monitor those policies. So not only do they get pre-checked on those laws, they then monitor all those policies. Investigate private racist policies when racial inequity surfaces. What does this mean? Investigate private racist policies? Is this like a typo? What is a private racist policy? Do you mean an implicitly racist policy? Do you mean the intent behind policies with racist outcomes? You're really being limited by your word count here. When racial inequity surfaces, and monitor public officials for expressions of racist ideas. The DOA would be empowered with disciplinary tools to wield over and against policymakers and public officials who do not voluntarily change their racist policy and ideas. So essentially, yeah, you want a group of unelected social science majors to have supreme legal authority over the entire country. No law can be passed without their approval. They monitor everything and anything constantly for any evidence of racial inequity, something they define. And that if you ever express anything they consider to be racist, or if you express ideas or sentiments which lead to racial inequity, then they have the ability to discipline you. This would be the most powerful institution in the United States. Guys, the president can't do this. You realize that, right? The president can't pre-clear every single law that comes out anywhere in the country. The president can't reprimand officially or bring disciplinary tools against any policymaker or politician they don't like. But this, the DOA, always watching you like Big Brother. This is such a shockingly bad idea that it is embarrassing that somebody who shares my broader ideological goals would express it, and this does a disservice to the legitimate work of actual anti-racists. This is disgusting. I really genuinely mean that, okay? Not only because it's optically bad, and it is, but also because this is a fucking violation of our democratic principles, okay? I'm sorry, but you're going to have to come up with something a little bit better than, what if we just created an anti-racism department and made racism illegal and gave them ultimate power to decide what is or isn't racist and let them do whatever they want to stop it? That is a infant's idea of how to solve civic problems. And the dream of every 12-year-old who ever thought that if they were put in ultimate control of the country that they would be able to solve it. Yeah, just like, let me like look at every law and like decide whether or not it's okay, and like I'll check all the laws, and like if people say or do things I don't like, we'll like get them in trouble, and like fuck off. Bosch, what is your solution? My solution is making fun of Ibram X. Kendi. What do you mean? This is never going to happen. Solution to racism? The solutions to racism are an extraordinarily complicated net of political and social, economic, and legal challenges that have to be made to existing institutions. It'll take centuries, but none of it has anything to do with this, okay? This is moon logic. This is moon logic, okay? I'm not even talking about how likely it is to be implemented, by the way. There's no chance of this ever getting implemented. I mean, even as a concept, it's offensive to me. Oh man, there's a whole video for it. Wait, there's a whole video underneath it. I didn't even
It's racist policies that have largely yielded racial inequities. And it's racist ideas that have largely caused Americans to see those racial inequities as normal. Hi, my name is Ibram X. Kendi, and I think the best way to fix politics is to pass an anti-racism amendment. When we think about our democracy,
man, can I get on Politico? Why the fuck is Politico giving stupid shit-ass fucking ideas like this any attention? Like, why does this get... I don't fucking care about the optics of this. Like, you a white boy want to speak on race issues over Ibram X. Kendi? Yeah, I do, actually. Yeah, I do. I would even stop going in the sun for a month if it meant that I could be whiter, if it would make you any matter, okay? Because these ideas are dog shit, all right? I don't give a fuck who's advocating for it. This is like the worst idea I've ever heard.
And one of the reasons why it's fractured, and one of the reasons why it's always been fractured, has been because of racism. And so in order to truly eliminate racial inequities, we have to eliminate racist policies. We have to constitutionalize the idea that a racial inequity is caused by a racist policy. We have to prevent public officials from dividing Americans through racist ideas. You can't necessarily fix political divergence and political difference. But what you can fix is making sure those ideologies are based in facts, are based in reality, are not based in bigotry. The one word I would...
Yeah, this is like a child's, like, how do we fix racism? We just have to get people to listen to the facts, man. We just have to keep people from saying racist stuff that ain't true. Okay.
Say about American politics, like really any politics, is power. All of the laws or any of the cases that have not allowed for each and every American to easily be able to vote has broken American politics. The Shelby v. Holder case in 2013 that effectively stripped the Voting Rights Act of its federal preclearance, which then basically allowed states who had historically discriminated against voters of color to basically enact new and sophisticated voter suppression techniques. What has ruined, I think, many Americans from coming together and finding common solutions to...
I noticed that when he's speaking just vaguely about platitudes, he comes off a lot more reasonable than when he actually tries to talk about how he would implement these policies.
To common problems has been Americans imagining that they're distinct and different than other Americans, that other Americans are the problem. Until we can ultimately see that the fundamental problem is policy, I think we'll be that much better off. And so to me, racism, but more specifically racist ideas, have always really gnawed at American democracy. And what
God, this is so fucking boring. This is really worthy of a Politico bit. This is, you could ask any freshman sociology student, any university in America, and get roughly this answer. Like, yeah, dude, racism is a product of, like, inequality, and, like, it's bad, and people think we're different, but we're not. People don't even see the racism, but it's there. And then when you actually read, like, the actual prescription here, it's fucking batshit, you know? You know? Look about this guy has some spicy woke tweets and he's selling some books. I don't know, like, oh no. Some white colonizers adopted black children. They civilized these savage children in the superior ways of white people while using them as props in their lifelong pictures of denial while cutting the biological parents of these children out of the picture of humanity. Oh no. Oh, the person deleted their thing. Yeah. Is this from the tap dancing toddler thing? I know a bunch of people got mad about this. This is despicable. Guys, people like this should not be the representations for anti-racist advocacy, especially not when they're saying unironically racist bullshit like this, okay? This is bullshit, and people like this should not be the fucking face of our movement, all right? This was in regards to Amy Coney Barrett's adopted kids, not the tap dancing thing. Dude, this is literally, I mean, he might as well have called them the C slur. There's no different. Anytime, when black people do this shit, what they're essentially saying is like, oh, you're black, but you're acting white. You're in white culture now, and that makes you bad. Okay? That's like, this is the, you guys seriously not what the C slur is? C-O-O-N. I can't say it, okay? Jesus. You do not know better than Ibram X. Kendi, you dumb fuck? Really? Well, Ibram X. Kendi appears to differ, because unless Ibram X. Kendi was knocked unconscious by a disabled 8-year-old, and they typed this up, I think that I am, in fact, quite more capable than Ibram X. Kendi on speaking on this issue. You know? But hey, I guess I don't have any evidence that that wasn't actually typed up by, like, a dog that ran across the keyboard or something. All right. Cut that segment. Get me canceled for it. Ship it out. Clip it and ship it and clip it and ship it. Clip it, ship it. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not as mad at you about this. Basco133. I love you. However, we need to stand together as an anti-racist movement, and we cannot do that. We will never be able to do that as long as the loudest and most media savvy advocates for our positions are people who propose ludicrous dog shit. It's bad. Now actually clip it and ship it. Okay? Stop. Everyone stop. Shh. Okay, stop. Okay. You all are getting sent off to Dylan Burns' stream. Go on. We're gonna raid. I'll finish the donos tomorrow. I'm sorry about that. Went a little bit long. But hey, how long has it been since we ran long on a stream? Huh? Go on over there, folks. I love you all very much. I'll read the rest of them at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. You're beautiful people. Please take care of yourselves. I'll see all of you tomorrow. We've got a debate. We got Biden. We got Tucker. And I have you.